it does go to 3 rounds, you sort of start. Because these matchups tend to follow a similar turn 1, turn 2 cycle, and then really just get spicy once they get to Merlin.
Yeah. I think in this matchup, honestly, the first Merlin that gets to 3 has Ascensions in hand, just makes it's so much easier for them to play.
Yeah, and you really you want to use your floating memory early, just because once one person is Merlin, because these matchups that floating memory tend to follow a similar turn 1, turn 2 cycle, and then really just get spicy. So we've got Matt here, Creative Shock.
I think in this matchup, honestly, the first Merlin that gets to 3 has Ascensions in hand, just makes it's so much easier for them to play.
And you really, which is, he did that on the end of Lime's turn there, so to avoid giving Lime the ability to level up.
Yeah, in this mirror,
get the Merlin and eat it.
Exactly. In this mirror, I don't think you'll see much floating lasting very long in the yard. It'll either, I guess once they hit 3, it's fine, but prior to level 2, you'll probably never see it.
Yeah. Discards a Cruxite.
Interesting.
I'm assuming that Matt might not have an Ascension in hand. I can't see his hand, but if he's getting rid of a Cruxite, no, he does. He has multiple. I guess he's happy with the 2 Ascensions. This is going to be interesting to see if Lime does make a play on the end step to try and get to level 2, Dungeon Guide into level 3, and then Ascension the sword. The thing is, he didn't swing with the sword last turn. I don't know if he's going to make that play. He might take a turn off before he gets to the to Merlin.
You might be thinking about putting anything down just to level up. But again, he could also just Dungeon Guide to 2 here and then displace to 3. I believe he has enough cards for that. So.
Yeah. Might just try to get a
ring. Yeah.
Get the additional card draw, and then that might be the play.
Curious to see if any spicy Crux cards comes out from Matt. I know you guys all have the deck list online that you can look at, but there are definitely some interesting cards at 3. We'll see if it makes a difference in this matchup.
Slay the King hasn't been a card that's played in all 5 Merlins, so that's definitely an interesting inclusion. I know I definitely was on the receiving end of that yesterday.
Here's the DG to 2.
Here's the DG to 2.
Do you want to pick or do you want me to roll?
That's an alt art DJ for anyone
I never do
that
it
might not be
1, 2, 3,
recognizing
4,
that art.
5, 6. So
Sorry, Dungeon Guide. We should be a little more specific for the new players.
Favourable and disorientating wins.
Getting rid of the favourable ones there.
Yep, and then disorienting wins as well.
Into a Merlin?
In this matchup, because of Merlin has the tap effect of eating a card from graveyard, and if it's floating memory gaining a level, it's a risk just to plan. Opponent there has played a Resolute Stand, so now every damage that Merlin takes is reduced by 3, and that's attack damage, not spells will still carry over.
Yeah. Interesting play. I think it's maybe forcing 3 memory into play because just for the level up, it looked like he was out of play.
It looked like he had 2 Ascensions in his hand, so I'm assuming 2 of those 3 cards are Ascensions.
Yes. I'm sure this is definitely not optimal. You don't want to just Resolute for 1 damage.
Does that Fire Merlin, does that have rending in that list?
This list
Limelight eat a fire card in the graveyard.
Does not run rending. No rending.
Maybe that was just an assumption there might be rending in the list.
Seems like the main win con is still Fireball. Matt runs 4 Fireballs. Surprisingly, no sudden steals. At least not that I can see. Yeah.
So the attacker and Slay the King is there. Might be the only attacker in the deck.
Yeah.
And here we go. Lime's going to bring out Sword of Avarice. And when on enter, he draws 2 cards with the Spirit Blade Ascension. Looks like he has another one.
So I draw 2?
So it got eaten by Merlin.
Got eaten by Merlin.
Yep.
Doesn't matter because he had another one in hand.
I don't think Lime has another Cruxite or anything, so he's out for now.
He's out. He's got a Veiling, a Fast Cure maybe?
I believe that's Anthem of Vitality. So that's a one-of in the Wind Merlin. Pretty much only meant for the Rime mirror, and I guess the Fire Merlin mirror as well. So it's basically a fast spell, plus 3 health and Spell Shroud for a beast or animal, I believe.
Yeah, so it's on the so it's on the
person hand.
3D, yeah.
And now we've got Ascension, his Spirit Blade Ascension. So you can see these decks, they can turbo to level 3 if they've got a Spirit Blade Ascension and then refill their hands.
Yep. So there's a Cruxite to bring back.
Yep, so it looks like he's going to be able to do 3 times to 2. and put himself in a very good position.
Recollection.
Yep.
Draw for turn.
Yep.
Looks like he's got to go. Goes to Pendragon in hand.
Can I see your advantage?
Go for it.
But right now, as you can see in the live totals, it's 1-0. But now these matches are pretty grindy into the fire win because you kind of aren't going to push damage until Merlin gets more levels.
Oh, so there's a Slay the King.
So he's going to slay the king on the dungeon guide, and then he's going to bring out the Typh because he's got card advantage over Limelight. So yeah, there's the Typh. So what Typh of Proclamation does, it is you can only draw 3 cards per turn, so it limits the shenanigans of the bouncing the Sword of Avarice with Spirit Blade Ascension.
Yep. So specifically for Slay the King, that was an on-kill effect as well. So the attack needs to land and actually kill the dungeon guide. And I think we saw Lime there thinking, does he want to save it? I don't think he had anything in hand to save it anyway. So
you'll start to see the game now slow down because this is where the plays start to be made, especially with Typh. You've got the additional math of how many cards have I drawn this turn, and the first 2 turns, it's just speed running to Merlin Kingslayer.
Yep. And Wind is a little bit slower. There's not as many, I guess, bodies on the field to actually do damage. It's mostly a stay alive package and then wait till you get your deer out and protect your deer at all costs. You've got things like Zephyr Displace, obviously the one of Anthem. Basically, things that you'll force the Fire Merlin to actually burn like multiple fireballs just to get rid of your 1 deer. And if they want to, use their kill spells on it, then they're not going for your face.
Yeah, if the Merlin does have to use multiple fireballs to get rid of a deer, it's kind of over because it is one of their win cons. And when you consider that Lime does have Anthem of Vitality, if that deer comes down and he's able to get the Anthem of Vitality on that deer, it gives the deer spell shard for a turn. Could be game defining.
It could, yeah. I mean, just looking at Matt's deck list, there's not really that many things that go for big damage. Obviously, I think most Fire Merlin decks will run Set and Steel to cast it for free, deal 6. Or 5 actually. But this one doesn't have it. So.
He does have Disintegrate that can deal with the deer because it is a Regalia.
Yep.
But it seems that maybe he's going to try Flicker the Prismatic Sword.
I'm good to resolve the attack.
To do 3 damage.
Yeah.
So Prismatic reveals, and for fire it does 3 damage. And if the wind card is revealed, the opponent has to discard 1.
I'll banish one at random.
Or I guess specifically banish.
Banish one.
Yeah, banish one at random.
This is going to be my...
Just trying to cut down on the Wind Merlin's hand size. Wind Merlin's like to hold up a lot of cards. You need to have a lot of interaction, so... The fewer cards they've got, the better it is.
And also because Lime has a Spirit Blade Ascension in hand, he will want to do that on Matt's end step, so then he can draw 3 cards on his own turn as well.
Unfortunately, kind of a lot of dead cards in the Wind Merlin deck into this, I think. Not too many useful things. It doesn't seem like there's much attacking going on, so like all the Swift Recruits, all the shield mates that you'll see late game, probably not as great into this matchup. When it's mostly, it looks mostly like fireballs and Pendragons coming in.
And you can see there Matt abusing the Ascension because it's any sort on the Prismatic. The reason he did that instead of over the Avarice is because Typh is out. He was able to reduce Lime's cards. He removed 2 cards. So Lime might not have played the fairies, but by removing them, he has removed 2 resources.
Yeah, and Fairy is a really critical card for the Wind Merlin to target the deer or the spirit on for your opponent. So getting rid of that, unfortunate, but I believe there are 3 copies, so we've still got a couple left in there.
1, we lost 2.
Oh, we really lost 2? Yeah.
Turn dice. Draw 2.
And there you can see Matt now using the Pendragon to remove the Typh so that he can draw additional cards on his turn, so it's a very clever interaction there.
Prismatic 5.
Wouldn't be surprised to see another Slay the King or something, but Lime's got to play a creature first for the on-kill effect.
So Lime is now has taken 12 damage and Matt has taken 0, but it's not end of the game because if Lime can stabilize, especially with Typh not being out anymore,
your turn?
Lime can draw cards quickly, and once Wind has more cards than fire. With the cards like Veiling Breeze to reduce damage and displace and other cards, it really does become fighting a brick wall.
Yeah. So I believe off the top of the Avarice loop there, that was, I think I saw a Shieldmate.
Yep.
And couldn't quite see the other card, but not an excellent card. Oh, so Lime just top decks the Incarnate Majesty, so that'll bring out the deer. Yeah. It still might be a while. I think we're level 4 for Lime.
Yeah, you're not at risk of dying next turn. What's Merlin? Level 5, so it'll be 6. Yeah. He has a Veiling in hand, so you can probably take a turn off, try to get an additional level to reduce the cost of that Incarnate Majesty, because that card has efficiency. Because you really would want to be able to play that while also being able to play Anthem of Vitality, because that way there you're burning a few spells. So on this turn here, he is using Hurricane Sweep.
Yep, for 1. So level 4 efficiency. Hurricane Sweep costs 5. So honestly, I honestly think, like, yes, it'll, definitely wanting to kill the Pendragon here, but I also think he might want to just be putting win cards down to prep for the Veiling on the when the turn rotates over as well.
And look, he's protecting the Pendragon, but still getting a couple points of damage then
on the champion.
I just didn't check.
In response to this, I'm going to give me 1 second. Sorry.
They seem to be discussing
his Resolute Standing Pendragon.
Something in there, and they might be picking what sword.
May I read this real quick?
Yeah, there all seems to be a judge call at the moment.
Yes, because the target is no longer there.
I'll displace the Pendragon.
Not 100% sure.
So
what's happened is that, so what Lime has done there, he, in response to Resolute, before Resolute resolved, he displaced the Pendragon, so then Resolute didn't have the target, so that Pendragon is now not being protected.
Yes. Interesting interaction. But again, I think
clever play.
Yeah. Again, also putting down more cards, potential win cards for a bigger Veiling on the following turn as well.
Pendragon is still on the board, so maybe that wasn't able to work.
That might be what the judge call was for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might have to find out what happened there. Yeah. Maybe they missed the timing to do that.
Lime put, unfortunately, all 4 cards in his hand.
He did put a Shieldmate, so that prevent maybe...
At least the Pendragon, maybe?
Yeah.
But it is an even level counter turn for Matt here. So
if Matt can... Matt's counting. I think he might have lethal here if he uses Crystal of Empowerment to gain 2 additional levels, and I think he's just counting CFS cards. I don't know all the cards in hand, but I know he does have 1 Fireball. He's probably seeing if he can get through the Shieldmate as well. He might have another way to get past that Shieldmate. Because you don't want to give an additional damage to Ghost of Pendragon if you can't clear the Shieldmate. He's got a Prismatic.
Yeah. So we're probably going to see 3 damage to the Shieldmate to get rid of it. Oh, okay. I think that's it. Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm scooped there. I feel he saw the inevitability of it, and I'll go to game 2.
Yep.
I am more than 99% sure Lime will start, because as you can see, going first in this matchup is an advantage. What cards do you think you might bring in from the sideboard?
For Lime, maybe a Tithe. Again, in the Win Merlin, or I guess in any Merlin mirror, first 1 to 3 typically will go off first. You want to bring in the Tithe after so that your opponent cannot draw as many cards as you. But Lime's sideboard is kind of not that useful into this. I think
he does have Quicksilver, so he could Quicksilver go and then Tithe on top,
yeah.
So you've got a bit more control of draw cards when it suits you, and then turn it off for your opponent.
Exactly.
And your opponent has to respect
the
Grail.
Yeah.
And he does have Disintegrate, but
you really want to save that for the deer. Yeah. Fire doesn't really want to blow their fireballs.
So just having a look. So he got rid of 1 material card there. Lime.
My guess is actually just Tithe. If it's
Yeah.
just one, no reason
Yeah.
to bring in a QSG.
Yeah, it looks like he brought in Tithe. The card draw is probably too important. In this
Yeah.
one.
Honestly, I think Ventus out. That might be what Lime has just done. Ventus
Yeah.
is pretty useless into this.
Yeah, you don't have
matchup.
time. You don't have
Yeah.
time to use that card.
Yeah. I don't know. As for what do you think about Matt? He's got Beast Spawn boots. Probably. I'm gonna say probably Beast Spawn boots.
Yeah,
and
but
Quicksilver.
if he base bonds, you'd have to bring in the Quicksilver.
Yeah.
Because the base bomb boots that work best as a surprise.
Yeah.
And putting it under Quicksilver means that if your opponent is worried about it, he does have to play his effort on the Quicksilver first.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wasting cards.
I could see one more Disintegrate coming in. Matt's got one in his sideboard.
Yeah, it's probably is a play.
Yeah, because you're just going to need a lot of cards just to get rid of the deer on the Windmill side, because they have so much interaction to just get rid of it.
But even if you fall
Yeah.
behind, you do not want to get the you don't want to get Tithe locked
Yeah, true.
in response to your opponent drawing, getting ahead on card draw.
Yeah. Blanche, you can see on the bottom of Lime's deck there as he's siding. I think that's quite a useful card.
Yeah.
It was mostly meant for the Rye matchup, actually, but works perfectly fine into Fire Merlin
And
as
while
well.
we're waiting in between games here, you might notice that Lime is playing on a Creative Shock playmat. I couldn't help
Yeah.
myself without getting in
Get the Shameless plug-in.
one Shameless plug-in.
Yeah.
They were limited, so you can't buy more, but please check out the podcast. I do promise to do another episode shortly.
Featuring me.
We're going to game 2. We'll shuffle up and they'll get into it.
What do you think? You think they were misplaced? I
Well,
don't know.
I don't think so. I
Yeah,
think
it's a
they
really
both
good
knew what they needed to do.
it should just be like,
I
it
guess
comes
the
back into the
displace
play
on
zone.
the...
And the Pendragon on the
the
Hurricane Sweep, that was a
Pendragon.
little weird, but I guess that it is what it is.
I probably wouldn't have
It's really weird.
tried to... I would have tried to establish
okay, it's not your
veiling
fault. Yeah.
and then veiled at the recollection. So like if it did have
looked through his
fireballs,
Yeah.
you were protected. But I'd have to remember what he had there. But Matt has been at the top tables all day.
Yeah.
He's been playing consistent. Lime, I think, too, was also undefeated. A few draws. But that's like a risk with the windmill.
Yeah.
They do have grindy games, and that's why me and Benton were preparing just in case this could be a long stream, because as all top 8 matches are untimed. But that last game flew by, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I would say Lime didn't have the best start. I think it definitely could have been a little more efficient. We saw a few dead draws late as well. Like Shieldmate completely useless in this matchup. Not completely useless actually, but you don't really want to see that too late. The Pendragon, sure it blocks one attack, but physical is not really, or I guess like attack-based damage is not really what this Fire Merlin's going for.
So he's got Ascension in hand. I'm assuming he's probably just going to start with the Swift Recruit.
Yep.
Yeah. He's got 2 Ascensions in hand. With 2 Ascensions in hand, you can probably be a bit greedy with leveling up, even if you don't have the best level ups, because you are going to refill. And depending on what Matt's... can't see his hand. If I can say a Disintegrate, he is flicking pretty quick. I think I saw a Disintegrate and maybe a Dungeon Guide, but he was racing through those cards.
Yeah. Lime not seeing a Dungeon Guide with 2 Ascensions in hand is kind of unfortunate. We're going to have to just see what
I'd
we draw
assume
off the top.
if Matt does have a Dungeon Guide, he might have to force this level up.
Yeah. I don't expect that Swift Recruit getting killed anytime soon either.
Nah, he's gone the safe play. Oh, he must not like what he has in his hand. Yep, and get
Yeah.
pop the
GCR for the-
GCR. Another veiling.
And I think Reclaim was the draw for the turn, so...
So he can now reclaim the Swiftfoot if nothing gets set to get floating memory. And he can swing at least for 1 damage with the Swiftfoot.
I must assume there's a Creative Shock at the end of the turn to get some stuff into memory to
Yeah,
level
it
up.
has to
Like,
be. Has to
if you did see a Dungeon Guide in there,
Or a fast cure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if... I think there's fast cures in there.
He does,
Yes,
yeah.
So there's a Creative Shock, yeah.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Matt here actually DGs, like assuming we can...
And I think
like,
there's and Honorable Vanguard. So yeah, he's got
Yeah.
the floating memory.
Yep. If the Swift Recruit dies, or if Lime tries to reclaim the Swift Recruit, Matt could theoretically also power to 3 to Merlin 2 to just to eat it. So
Hopefully we can get a look at what is in Matt's hand.
I think Cremation 2 Cruxites, that's all I caught.
Yeah.
maybe an Ascension.
He's not as generous as Lime is, with cards being exactly in the middle. Oh, there's the Dungeon Guide. Alt-Art Dungeon Guide.
Yep,
Both
there it
players
is.
are enjoying their Alt-Arts here. And
Yeah, I think Matt can honestly sit at 2 even for a bit
Yeah.
to just kind of lock Lime out of leveling up here,
yeah, because
at least through floating memory.
Lime could play Reclaim now, and it would be terrible because Matt will eat it.
Yep.
Scry the Skies and Crux for Banish on the level up.
This does put Lime in an
This is
unfortunate
quite
position.
a bad position, yeah.
Yeah.
AC Messenger.
There it is. Yeah, it's going to happen one way. I maybe Reclaim. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth it.
It's
But-
the only he has to level up.
Yeah.
And that's the only play he might have. He might have to sacrifice that level
Yep.
to level up because he's now got rid of a shield mate. Matt got rid of a shield mate, so he can easily get to level 3 now. It's still only going to cost him 2 cards from memory, and if he does have like Ascension in hand, then he's going to be good.
So there's a Reclaim for the Swift. Goes back to hand.
Only
That-
player Lime could
yep.
make, but he has now given a level to Merwin, so Merwin is now level 3.
I'd say Matt is very comfortable into this game so far.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need to make too many risky moves here. It looks pretty safe.
He has got a really good opening hand with
Yeah.
Moving Guides.
Yep.
I do feel the Fire Merlin, if it can't race to level 3,
Yeah.
does have a rough time in this matchup.
Yeah, the wind will grind you out. So they are happy to go long.
Cards come back and draw.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got Blanche for Lime's draw. Unfortunately, not that useful if you don't have Ascensions to also chain off at fast speed to get a bunch of cards into memory if you're trying to block a fireball or anything. But this is kind of rough. I'm not super sure.
He might have to just play super defensive, put the Swift Foot to like at least mop up some
Yep,
damage,
there it is.
and hope his draws can change.
Swing one at
Yep.
hasty.
1 damage.
So it looks like swinging in for 1. Probably
Yeah,
at the
two-
hasty.
He's going to get rid of the hasty.
Yeah.
Try mitigate some cycle. It might even, if Matt doesn't have the Ascension and doesn't go to level 3, it might be a play for Lime to bring out the Typh just to try slow this game down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he'll probably spend his materialization turn on a Tide instead of leveling up, but it's something that might need to happen. Otherwise,
Yeah.
the Fire Merlin will just get too far ahead.
But if Matt does have another Dungeon Guide in hand
Grand Considering.
and can get ahead, it will be. I feel like this game might be slipping away from Lime.
GCR to draw. And we're thinking
He's going to eat.
his own floating memory. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
yep.
to gain a level, he might have another Dungeon Guide in hand, or he might just use the free cards. I think that might be a play just to deny Lime from eating that.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh, okay. Well, there's the other
yeah,
dungeon
the
guide.
second dungeon
Yep.
If he does also have an Ascension in hand, this is going to be really rough for Lime to get back.
Yeah.
These two. Cool.
I guess the only saving grace is that on Matt's next turn, you won't draw a card off of level 3 Merlin's ability, but yeah.
But at this
it's,
point,
it's rough.
You're
Yeah.
racing to your end game. The big
Yeah.
fireballs are incoming.
Yep. So Stalwart, and I couldn't catch the other card, but
Well, he hasn't Ascensioned again, so
yeah.
there's not another one, or
Yeah.
Crackslite.
Yeah.
Goes to
So we're
Pendragon.
swinging in for 2 Pendragon. That was probably the other card. So
Yeah.
we'll return the adverse to draw 2. Swing and kill.
No, he's going face. He understands the game here.
Yeah,
Lime's
yeah,
in
yeah.
a great position.
No reason to kill this Swift Recruit here.
Yeah.
Just keep him
I
off
feel
it.
like Lime's only chance is to go to level 2 and hope he has a Dungeon Guide in hand. You won't be able to use both Ascensions, but you might be able to get one. If he's not going to level 2, I don't even know if Typh. Yeah, he's got the Typh, but it might be too little too late at the moment.
Yeah.
So rotating wings. I'll draw
I mean,
one
seeing
card
2
from
DGs in your first hand into an Ascension, and then you draw a Pendragon off the top, that's pretty...
Matt
That's
is,
pretty rough.
Matt is living the dream.
Yeah, so Lime, I think, just drew a ghost there,
playing-
so...
He's been super efficient with his hands. He knows what he's want to do, so you can tell he's definitely got the reps in on this list.
Yeah.
Making very little misplays. Well, none that I've seen
No, I
at
haven't
all.
seen any
Not
major
one.
ones. Yep.
Steamroll in game 1, and he's in a very strong position in game 2.
I'll pass it down.
So looks like that was a pass over back to Matt.
Pick one.
Matt gets his own Typh.
Fireball. One answer, draw one.
Really making sure no one can draw
Trigger.
more than 3 cards per turn now.
Yeah.
He may have also just
Turn.
wanted the additional card draw this turn. Oh, and I can see Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah. So likely counting Banish to see if he has any swords to reduce the cost, but none that I can see. So
No, but it's probably still a good play here. That would absolutely shut this game.
I think I only see maybe was a Zephyr, which actually might have just got put down in memory as well. So okay, so we'll claim the Swift for
One at the right.
the block on ghosts.
Yeah.
There's 2.
6.
Incarnate
1, 2, 3,
for 6, I believe.
Yep.
For 6.
And now with the Incarnate and Ghost of Pendragon and the 2 Dungeon Guys, that's
Yeah.
1 damage per turn.
Yep.
Um,
And remember, he's just getting to 2 right now, I
Yeah.
think? No, he's not. He's banishing 1.
no, he had Floating Memory.
Oh, did he? I see.
Yeah, they
Okay.
reclaimed. So
Oh,
he's-
yeah, you're right. Yes.
22
health on the Merlin, too.
22 health on the Merlin, so if he doesn't get to...
I will eat your spoon.
Even a crystal fireball next turn ends it,
also
right?
there, the Majestic does have Vigor, so
Yeah.
they're just setting that up there.
Those 2 Ascensions in hand are mocking Lime quite hard here. That's unfortunate.
One
It has to be the Swift just to stop
Yeah.
damage, right? And then I could maybe see
does.
the Veiling or the Blanche.
It's a Veiling
but-
or Blanche, but I think Veiling
Yeah.
is the call because you've got 9 damage of
Yeah.
Blanche only stops
Well,
on attack.
that would be, what, 5 here if he plays Blanche at 5 fast speed?
Yeah, but I don't. There are Crux cards in there. I think he's only got 1 to 2
Yeah.
win cards in his memory.
Ah,
So it's going to be a very small Veiling.
Yeah.
He does have a Swift Foot that at least eats the 2 Dungeon Guides. But if Matt has like 2 to 3 fire cards
Thank you.
in his memory, he can risk getting Prismatic. He'll lose
Yeah.
2 cards, but he'll guarantee 3 damage. 3
Yeah.
on the sword,
Yep.
6 damage there, plus 3 on the
Oh, that
Pendragon,
cat is
4 on the
plus
deer.
4 on
Yep.
the deer's 13. He's
Yeah.
lethal, but he's versing wind, so he's worried about if there is.
We would rewind this with
if
the
there is
cards
value.
back, so these would be back in your hand.
We have another judge
Yep.
call, so we don't
And
have
now still my turn.
So I'm going to give you
No audio. I have no idea what they're talking
know what
about.
they're talking.
Yep.
so because we're winding it back before this was played,
Yep.
so this would be back in the hand and these would be back in the hand.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was.
Changes a little bit.
Pendragon on the draw,
It
I believe.
does. I drew a dungeon guide.
Oh, we see a dungeon guide, maybe?
There is a Dungeon Guide in hand.
I think it has to be.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Just for the life. So
Yeah.
Merlin's got 28. He still has Ascension, so he can bounce on his opponent's turn. Hopefully get a few more win cards.
Do you remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Veiling
6?
if he needs to.
Yeah, this is 100% a defensive Ascension. You just need cards in memory for either the Veiling or Blanche.
he
Unfortunately, we
needs
lose both there for the level up.
So he's kept the
no, one Veiling.
Pendragon and the 2 Ascensions.
Yeah.
It doesn't change as much as I want. So I've drawn once.
Oh, he's got 1 Veiling, yeah, that's
Yeah.
why he got rid of it.
Yeah.
He's going to need to try clear some damage, but
I think he's thinking about if he puts the Pendragon down, draw 2.
Drawn once.
I guess he makes. Well, I mean, all the rest of the cards in his hand are Crux, so Veiling's not even going to be for that much. So I think Ascension probably is the better play here. All right. Oh, so we'll send back. I believe that was the Sword Seeking. Yeah. Oh no. Yep. Yeah. It was.
sort
Yeah.
of seeking. Draw 2 cards, see what he's got. Tactful
Tactful
Sergeant,
favorable. Not.
You
You know
are
what?
2 win cards.
They're
so
win
he's
cards.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
At least 1 off the Veiling.
Yeah. So my guess, Ascension on your opponent's turn. Try to draw 2. Maybe put some more win cards down for a bigger Veiling, but I think that's kind of Lime's only option here.
Matt just deciding what you get. If you do see him get a Crystal of Empowerment, then
Sort of seeking.
The Sword Seeking.
you might have might have Firebolt in hand.
Draw.
So that's 4 counters on Merlin level 3. That'll get him an extra card on Recollection, and then he'll draw for turn.
That's his second draw, so he's only got 1 draw left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
So we'll start with some swings, as usual. And I think we're also, yep, we'll Ascension here.
Let's try to draw some more additional cards here, make that Veiling bigger. Good play there by line.
Ascension.
Yep.
But in response,
Prismatic.
Matt is doing the Prismatic because you assume that there'll be wind in there.
Yep.
So the opponent will lose a wind card. But then in response to that, Lime is now Veiling, so the Veiling will be on the stack first.
Deal 3 wings.
I believe there's 3. Yep.
That was quite a good play there by Lime.
So this
So
resolves first.
Yes.
You might
in
have to
response to the
resolve.
Veiling,
So this is resolved.
3 counters.
And now you have the effect of Prismatic with
Blocks
like
3 damage from every
and then
attack.
after that, the
Yep, I have wings.
Matt's
You have everything, right?
Ascension will resolve there with Prismatic, so he'll be able to do 3 damage, but it will do nothing because of the
So
Veiling.
I'm gonna be dealing 3 damage.
And
to
Lime
Probably
will
kill the
have to
Dungeon Guide. Yeah.
Yep.
There it is.
And Lime would now have to lose a card. But then he's going to draw 2 off his own Ascension.
5 and 6. Moving this way.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes,
Yep.
please.
Roll to banish. Rolling too high.
They might- yeah, they're
Still
doing-
rolling too high.
Choose pick one.
There we go.
So this one?
Yes, please.
So back home, we just pick a card at random. We found here everyone likes to roll a dice.
So I'll bring out.
Just
I-
pick a card, get it done.
Yeah.
We're rolling dice here all night.
Yeah.
And he
I
draws.
think it was a Zephyr and
And
a.
then that will take. I'll take one of
Yeah, I couldn't quite see what the other card was.
Yeah.
I think it was it's a tactful. So
He seems with that Veiling, he looks like he'll be able to survive this round or this turn, and maybe start climbing back into this game. But with one Veiling also now in the bin, and then one played, I don't think he's got. Is he running 4
for
Veilings?
Veilings, let's take a look.
Because he does need to stall
Yes,
this game at a bit
yes.
more.
Lime does run 4.
I drew this.
So he's banished 1, used 1.
This will be 3.
There's 2 left.
So before
I'll
that.
take 0. Sorry. Yeah.
But it's also getting quite difficult. He just doesn't have enough cards to make the Veiling big enough. Like pretty much as soon as Fire Merlin waits a couple turns, pops Crystal of Empowerment. If they have a Fireball, they have it, right? There's so much damage on board. Maybe a sweep, but that's also rough. You're gonna get retaliated by the deer as well. So
Yeah.
it's not looking too good.
A Hurricane Sweep would be nice right now for Lime.
I think we're going to. Let's see. Matt's still thinking.
Sort of seeking.
Yep.
He might have he does have that Pendragon. Does he get banished?
Yep. How many counters does Lime have? 1. So he's level
4.
Cards come
4.
back and draw number 1.
Yep.
So no extra card this turn. So he'll draw 1. I think. Did he just top deck an Ascension? Might have been. Yep.
Well, if he does that, he can use the Pendragon to bounce to the Tithe,
Yep.
and then Ascension to get additional cards, and that might be the play.
Well, remember Matt also has his Ascension. His Tithe as well.
Correct,
So
correct. Can he Zephyr that one?
No, it'll just be a send back draw 2 off the Sword of Seeking. Yeah, and then I think that's it for the turn.
He does have 2 cards to be able to Zephyr. Does he have Zephyr in hand?
He does. Yeah. And what was off the top of that? Asen and
Asen.
DG, another Dungeon Guide?
So he can Zephyr. Oh, he didn't bounce. He sent the Sword of Seeking, so that's gone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can use the Pendragon to clear a Dungeon Guide and then put the Protector out. Actually, no, he can't because the Spirit request does reduce the damage to Crux.
Yeah. So we'll
Using
clean out the Hasty
Pendragon
here.
to get rid of the Hasty.
Can't swing with Merlin. Still needs to keep the sword out to Ascension just in case. He needs to find Veilings here. It's getting pretty rough. Yeah. So that's the pass. We'll go to Matt.
Avarice. I'm banishing this as the
Right, bring out his
I need
own
1 random
Sword
for
of
that.
Avarice. So
One
after
extra
these
draw
draws,
two.
and then he draws for turn, he will reach the 3 card limit. And he has got to slay the king.
Recollect.
I think I saw a ghost in there as well. But won't be drawing
Moving
cards
now
off
to
that.
level 8.
Then I'll draw my
And with the Fire Melon, each turn that fireball is just getting bigger and bigger.
Yep. The longer it goes, the worse it gets.
Cards in hand.
1, 2, 3.
So there is a bit of inevitability of the Fire Merlin list. And right now he's taken 0 damage. And if the Wind Merlin can't establish board control, it is a rough matchup, especially as they don't have the big burst damage.
Right.
Fire Merlin does.
Yeah. Wind Merlin's win con is honestly just small bits of chip damage here and there. With Ghost, you want to play it, bring it back to your hand, play it again, play it, bring it back, etc. Oh, so we did see a sweep, but it might. Is that too late?
He might be waiting for the Merlin.
Yeah, it's the extra 2 damage. Yeah. Can he really buy himself an extra turn though? It's getting
If he has a
kind of
Veil in
nasty.
hand, maybe.
I don't. Oh, there's a displace doesn't really do. I guess it could stop some damage from a deer, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see the displace on the. Yeah, exactly. So that'll flicker it. Stop the damage on the swing.
Can I see your graveyard?
Yeah, sure.
Just checking.
Thank you.
3 Ascensions there.
Slay the king?
All right, Slay the King for 2 costs. So I think this
so
will
I'm using
deal.
Merlin.
He might get.
And that's,
If he has a
and then I want
Fireball
to
in
do
hand,
I have to declare the attack next.
is
So
he
I'm
going
gonna
to
declare
face or
on
he's
the
killing?
Pendragon.
So he's killing
That's
Pendragon.
I'm going to show
Might be
a
getting.
Nullifying Lantern.
Interesting.
Lantern. Oh, this is to
Add
deny the ability to crack sight those people
average
back out.
Yep.
to make it,
I think that might have been Lime's only chance to claw back in this game, but now it's looking quite
Well,
rough.
depending on. So I'm looking at Matt's hand. He's got a couple of Resolute stands and a Fast Cure.
Yep.
Fast Cure will do nothing at the moment because it will be floating memory.
Yeah, that's about it.
But if he does get sweeped here and just keeps the crest, he won't be able to push as much damage quickly. But he's on
This is
on
one
19.
Fireball
Yeah.
away, one Fireball away at the moment. It is looking like Fire Merlin.
Oh,
He's gonna,
yeah.
And now another Pendragon bounce the. Not even for the card draw.
Yeah,
just
he
to
just
push
wants damage. Yeah.
He might have a Fireball. No, he doesn't have a Fireball in hand. But now, if it does get,
Did you catch what the ghost returned?
he returned the Prismatic.
Okay, so
When the ghost
my guess he
prismatic-
wants to bring it back out.
Yeah, he
on-
didn't get the draws,
Yep.
but Lime can sweep the board now. Unless there's the 2 Resolutes were remained in hand, then it might be. If
yeah.
it's smart, Matt has made no misplays at the moment. He's been playing very well, so I do expect him to get the Resolutes in hand.
Yeah. My guess is as to why he returned. So Ghost is a you may return, I believe, right? So you didn't have to, but he did because I assume he wants to bring Prismatic back out on the following turn to do 3 more damage. So that's my guess.
I will draw a card for Drawn Blade.
Lime brings out the Drawn Blade just
Yep.
to keep cycling.
Yep. Disorienting Winds. Not really going to do much for Lime there for the top deck. Oh, what was that? Is that a ghost?
He can send back the. Is Disorienting Winds only your creature?
No, target. It's target ally.
So if he sends the deer back and then sweeps, he can get rid
Oh,
of the
true.
Pendragon.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Because now the Merlin should be. Yep, the Merlin there's on level
Even
2.
turns. Yep.
So yeah, and that's what he's going to do.
Perfect, yep.
And now he's going to clear the board.
I'll draw a
Well,
card.
he's going to attempt to clear the board. I do assume Matt's got two Resolutes in hand.
Did Lime just forget to draw his card for Disorienting Winds?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He might be at his limit. 1 off the Drawn Blade, 1 for turn, and 1
Yes.
off the.
You got it. Off the level counter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Using Drawn Blade.
I'm not doing my counting right.
There are 2 types there.
There are, yeah.
Pretty good play, actually.
Yeah.
So
I
what,
think
2
he's
cards in
kept-
hand?
Yeah, I think he's kept the Resolutes in hand, which is the.
We'll
just
be able to
saying
keep
if
one thing alive, maybe.
He'll be able to keep 1.
Yeah.
But then if he does, he's unable to draw because he can't pay the cost. So Resolute stand is pay free, or if you're level 2 or higher,
Yeah.
you can play it for free. But if you play it for free, you do not draw a card the following turn,
He opts not to use it.
and he opts. So Lime has cleared the board. Matt does only have 6 cards in hand. And Lime has put no cards in memory, so he's not going to be able, even if he Prismatics, he won't be able to banish any card. But
Yep.
Lime does look like he's playing. If he's right, I understand he wants to put win cards there, but he might need to play around Prismatic at the moment.
Oh.
He's going to Zephyr.
Oh, and then he's gonna wait. Does he have enough cards? Yes, he does.
Zephyr the Tide.
Yeah, so he's going to put down 2, play the Ghost, return his own Tithe, and draw 2 here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, Pendragon my time.
And now actually gets a bit more damage in.
Yes. Still fishing for another Veiling.
But he has given Matt now a card.
Yeah. So I think that was a favorable and a tactful off the top.
Yeah.
Not going to do much.
Well, it's better to get those cards out now.
Yeah.
Wait
I just don't know if I'm last another turn here, though.
Yeah, I think he really needed to see the Veiling.
Yeah.
Because Matt will be on 6 levels, so he will get the +2. If he brings out Prismatic, that is 3 damage for the fire. And then that just swing alone is 5 damage.
Yep.
So that's lethal just with a Prismatic.
Yep. I think I might have seen a Crux sight.
He has lethal if he gets out Prismatic, which I think he's going to do.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's thinking about playing around Veiling and...
Yep. Oh, interesting. Okay,
Sword of
first.
Seeking.
Yep.
Does he have another Ascension in...
I didn't quite see. But if he had a Crux sight, then yes, he would have another Ascension. Yeah. Actually, no, you can't Crux sight the Ascension back. There's an Nullifying on the field.
Yeah, he had
I did anyways. Yeah.
Ascension, we're trying this.
Yeah, an Ascension.
Yep.
This might be...
I have a prismatic.
Might be it, I
This
think.
might
Yeah.
be it. Could be Matt going on to the next round here, which would be the semi-finals.
Yep, it's fine.
Reveal? Yep.
Not many options
have
left for
fire.
Lime.
So there is 2 fire cards there, meets that requirements. There is a win card. Lime will have to banish a card and take 3 damage.
And I've
Yep.
banished the red.
He's at 25. A swing with the Prismatic is enough now to finish the game.
Yep.
Seeing as Lime didn't do a Veiling in response to that, I think Matt probably feels comfortable going for just swinging straight into face.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
Before you do anything, can I just quickly one more time what was in your when you revealed?
Yeah, sorry. I
So yeah,
synced it up.
a tactful was banished off the
Would've been decent.
off that Prismatic as well, so I'm sure Matt feels a little better about -1 wind in the memory.
Yeah.
Drop return, that's 2.
Right, so we're counting. I think
he
that was
does
another
have-
Slay the King.
He has Slay the King.
Yeah.
So even if like he was worried about a Zephyring the sword to reduce the 3 damage
Yep.
on that, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't
now.
matter. This is
I'll banish a
almost guaranteed here.
Sword of
So we'll
Seeking
just
for the
wait
effect.
for everything to resolve.
Using Prismatic Edge. Attacking Merlin.
Oh, me.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
That's too much, isn't it?
Oh, he's gonna slay the King, the Pendragon.
Nope. Nope. I think that's it. Is it? I'm not sure.
No, good job.
It's tough.
Well
Yep,
played,
there it
bro.
is.
And that's
Yeah,
it.
good game.
And that's going through. Congratulations to Matt there, making the semi-final, and well online for making top 8. It was a field of over 200 players. Great effort there. And Matt goes on to the semi-final where there was a fair bit of wind that made it.
A lot of wind aggro, yeah.
We
A lot of
may-
wind aggro.
The next casters of the semi, when that it does come on, will be Biful and Leo. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of time in between that match. I'm not sure actually what's happening with the stream, if it's going to
Oh, we can
come
just
right
chat.
back,
That's fine
or we
too.
can just chat.
Yeah. I mean, how do you think about that game? I don't think either player made too many mistakes there, right?
I think
It was like, almost near perfect. Yeah.
When you are the Fire Merlin and then you do have a Dungeon Guide in hand,
Yeah.
and a Spirit Blade Ascension, and it kind of feels nice. It's just
Yeah.
when you do get to level 3 and you do that Ascension,
Yeah.
do you have damage?
Yeah.
He had the Pendragons.
Yeah.
How did he slay the Kings? Didn't need Fireball. So you can't really complain with that. Sometimes when you do brick on those Ascensions and you just get your defensive cards,
Yeah.
like you did see Matt's hand there near the end, there was a lot of fast cures.
Yeah.
There was a lot of resolute stands, which he didn't even actually need to do to keep the board.
Mhm.
It was
Unfortunately,
a-
didn't. I mean, even the Windmerlin kind of had a lot of dead cards near the end there.
Yeah.
Just a lot of useless stuff. I think I saw like reclaims. I mean, the Hurricane sweep was pretty clutch, I think.
Yep,
But
yep, definitely.
I think it just came a little too late. So. Also, tactful late, not great.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know. No glaring outplays, misplays.
No,
nothing.
it's in my own is it a different Fire Merlin list when we saw that I felt kind of rough into Win Merlin.
Sure.
But then Matt, obviously a far better player than me on Fire Merlin, making it look easy. If we did ask him, he'd probably say otherwise.
Yeah.
But he did. He played very well.
Yeah. Are we good?
Oh.
I'm not sure. Are we still on? I have no idea.
I have no idea.
We're just winging it. Kind of a weird end. Kind of a weird end. We just like cut. Didn't even say bye. That's fine.
Well, we didn't have.
You guys did great.
Thanks.
Cool.
Those incredible times where people are happy on the stream.
Cool. All right.
Man,
what a shame.
I've been talking all day, and
What
then
a
as
shame.
I'm doing this, I can feel my back of my throat, and I'm trying to like.
I feel bad. Yeah. It's fine.
Do you need coffee?
No.
We're done now.
Now that I'm done, it'll be perfect.
I'm sad. I like commenting. This is fun.
I got to hear your comments about like, are we still on? Yeah, he just needed to. You'll drop off here, but you guys are still technically live.
Oh man, he's trolling, dude.
He needed to make a quick change.
He's trolling.
New memes are incoming.
Oh yeah.
They're incoming.
Great.
As long as they keep smashing me, I'm alright.
I think there's gonna be a Ben raccoon meme soon.
Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, that's what we want to see.
What?
Firefall commentating.
Oh.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a right player. I'm not a Lorraine player.
That's gonna teach us the bifall method on stream.
Firefall's like combo. With
Well, I think who else is top 4? There must be like an aggro Lorraine deck, right?
Someone said mic is People are saying still works.
Times.
Man, what a shame.
I know one person from True King can hear me stop for right now because they were done in 25 minutes. I don't know if that was they were against Sean on Fire Out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was game 1 was a little closer, but Sean was kind of. It's hard matchup, but Sean was like really relying on just Game 2, Isaac just blew him out of the water. I think he had like a 17-minute turn on like turn 4. Just from allies. Well, okay, let me raise you this question. Start running answers to aggro. We have no, you don't. You know, let me tell you. Shield spells aren't an answer. There, I said it. Shield spells aren't a real answer. Because what does spell shield arcane do to like 6, 5, 2 damage swings? Nothing. You guys need to run Frigid Flames and Anger the Skies to actually kill allies. It's real life. I don't know. Then play Focus Flames, play Spontaneous Combustion. You guys aren't playing targeted responsive. So yeah, well, the Merlin's on the water, and then you're sacrificing your entire aggro matchup, and then you guys can play more aggro.
No, I think it's
Yeah, I'm coming after Ride players. Yeah, no wonder Merlin thinks it's BS. I look at all your deck lists, I'm like, man, they're right. I just play aggro because I have a decent Merlin matchup, and then Ride players don't respect aggro because they're stupid. No offense. It's a Resolute. Okay, Resolute is a band-aid solution to a problem that you're not fixing. Because when you Resolute, okay, so say you Resolute for 3 and level with it. Sure, you're going, neg whatever, but you're not getting rid of a single one of the allies. So if you don't push see another Resolute or see the path secures to heal or push a bunch of advantage or throw in the allies,
I played like Hearthstone casually, like when it came out, but this year was One Piece, and played.
First time you've been getting into like a physical card game.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, you must know what you're doing then, bro.
I don't know.
You must be pretty good at card games then, bro.
I played a lot of strategy computer games, but not.
They'll teach you that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I grew up playing Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
You look at the stats, attack versus. You start learning. We pick it up early, bro.
Yeah.
And we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals for the Grand Archive Ascent Houston. So, do some quick introductions. I'm Leo. Nice to meet you all. And
Hello, everyone. Bifel here, just joining you as well in the next round for top 4 now, isn't it?
yeah, it's going to be semifinals. We have Jimmy Lee versus Isaac from True Champion Gaming. So, we'll see what this game is going to entail. Most likely, we're looking at the deck list. We see a little bit of some aggro matchups. So, it's going to be Wind versus Fire in this match. So, it's going to be probably a quick match, but we'll see what kind of new stuff we see. I've heard that True Champion Gaming has a spicy list for this set, so we'll see what they have this time around.
Yeah, seems like the whole team has been turning on a new Wind Lorraine aggro list. Pretty impressive. I was on the receiving end of that one.
I know, me and you both, as the fellow Rye players who cannot win against the aggro.
Yeah. I mean, it was something that they've been tweaking for quite a few months already. Even since the Dawn of Ashes, they were already tinkering for weeks in their groups, and it's been successful, so I'm not surprised that they're running it. And I've been seeing some marvelous plays from the team as well, so I expect there's going to be a high-quality gameplay, but also a fast one, too.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. 3 members of the True Champion gang is, honestly, all of them are in top 8, so that's pretty impressive from them, and congrats to all of them. So, all right, game is live. Let's go ahead and go right into the gameplay.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Good luck to both players.
Good luck to both players. Let's see what happens. Yep.
All right. There we go. We see Jimmy and Isaac. Jimmy, Discord veteran. He's always been top placing in almost every single Discord tournament.
True. All right, we have Isaac here starting off a Spirit of Wind, turn 7. See what we have in his hand maybe. We have 2 Lurking Assailants, an Inspiring Call. Looks like he's going to go quite wide here already. We're probably going to look at a Lurking Assailant play on the turn. Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. And he passes.
Pass and go. So let's see what Jimmy opens with. Well, with classic Spirit of Fire.
Spirit of Fire, classic.
Let's see how much gas he opens with.
Return, bro.
Just return. Can't really see his hand, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and just go play by play anyways. So what are we expecting for this match? How are we thinking this is going to go?
Well, I think a combination of hopefully some Clumsy Apprentices, maybe some hasty messages for the cycling. But now that we see a unit an ally on the other side of the field, maybe some trading perhaps, just to keep it on the board control. Because we know that at least on the Win Lorraine aggro match, they need to have some board presence to keep on with the pressure. But we'll see what Jimmy plays with, or opens with Creative Shock. Great.
Creative Shock turn plays are very interesting. We're going to see what he discards for the play. Hopefully we see a floating pitch here, so he's able to get ahead and not waste any card advantage here. Jimmy is deciding. We do see a Flame Rune pitch, however it's not going to be online until he's going to have a Warrior class bonus. It looks like he will probably pass after this as well, and pass on to Isaac. Oh no, we have another play. We have a hasty play, perfect play. We got a discard. He was discarding Broken Acolyte, drawing for 1, hitting Isaac as well for 1.
That's a great discard because Acolyte doesn't have many targets this early, especially against Wind Lorraine aggro list. Most of the draws are usually a quick sword or bubbles, just to keep on with the draw. But so let's see now with Isaac turn 2, going for. Like we mentioned.
Exactly like you mentioned, yeah. So it seems like we don't need Acolytes early because, as Win wants to do, they want to gain a quick hand advantage, have many cards in hand so they can keep playing their allies and not go down in cards. So we do see a Wind Rider Vanguard on the draw. it does seem like we are not going to play it, but I think we're looking for another lurking assailant play here. I also do see we have a deflecting edge in hand, so most likely he will be. Oh, we do have a Windrider Vanguard play. As I was saying, for deflecting edge, most likely. Oh, we have another one. We have 2 deflecting edges. We actually put them both down to play. Is that a? I actually don't even know that card. I can't tell. Oh, I think it's
that's a tune with the wind.
Yeah,
exactly, to keep on with the pressure. That's a really good card to play with because, especially if you are playing with any squirrels, weapons mates, or assailants, they get extremely beefy and they're hard to get rid of. Especially in this matchup, you have a great way to control the board, and I don't think Fire can deal with them without sacrificing tempo.
I agree with that. I mean, we have 2 3/4s on the board, and that is extremely scary this early on. There is a lot of pressure coming from Isaac right now for Jimmy to have to handle.
Yeah, and as expected, they got rid of the hasty messenger, and if they don't have any sacrificing outlets, they don't have a good way to cycle. So let's see how this develops.
We are hoping that maybe, I'm looking at this, we do have a flame sweep coming in on Jimmy's side of his deck list, so we are hoping that maybe we'll be able to get a level up and maybe hit for a flame sweep as soon as he can, potentially, just to get rid of this board, because once this board starts building up, there's no way for Fire to really defend against this very ally-heavy board. It looks like we are going to be leveling up here. Hitting one. We are going to go ahead and banish the Fire Momentum with kind of a rough hit, but let's keep going to level 1 Lorraine.
Just like you mentioned, it was funny that the team of 3 Gaming Champion, they mentioned that they were confident on a lot of the meta not running flame sweeps, and that's why this winner ring was a great pick. And looking at Jimmy, he's running 4 flame sweeps, so
predicted.
Predicted. So he's really banking on getting some value out of that if possible. All Jimmy has to do there is hang level 2, get a good sweep, and potentially refill his hand. So let's see if he gets one of those in the next few turns. So losing Fire Momentum isn't that critical because he's not going to go face at least for the next 2 or 3 turns. If they last long enough, right?
Right. But it is kind of something you need to keep a note of because with Lorraine, they have such explosive turns sometimes, right? You can go Rending Flames for, depending on the sword you have, like with Honed by Fire, you have 12 damage, 14 damage turns that come out of nowhere sometimes, which is extremely scary. And especially with Isaac being the Spirit of Wind most of this game, he has to be very careful on how much health he's going to be managing. So we have a Conscript play as well as a Cremation Ritual to go ahead and draw himself 2 cards. So he has some cycle going on in his hand.
Interesting.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I think Jimmy may be going for go for tall damage as he already sunk for 3 damage this turn. So maybe he's not worried about the board, but more worried about if he can win the race after going to level 1. As this win list, usually they stay level 1 rarely. Most of the time they go level 0 and keep on going for a draw. But it's sometimes wise to stay out of killing range just by leveling up and upping your health total.
Right. We do see that Jimmy has 6 fire in Graveyard, so that is a good number. Momentum's going to hit there for about 8 or even 9. And we have 2 Rendings online too as well to keep in mind. On the draw, we do see a Phalanx Captain, which is actually kind of huge. That is going to be another +1 damage to his allies, and they are already hitting for 3. Oh, but he's swinging face. We got to go ahead and 3 for face.
Oh,
another 3 for face.
Oof! Now it's getting close, and it's great how Isaac is coming out with the Tariff Ring. That means that he's worried about a big swing comboing off with Home by Fire and Rending Flames or something similar. So just by bringing the Tariff Ring out means that Jimmy has to commit with more cards into memory, which might hinder the combo. So Isaac is ready just to win the race as well.
Yeah, it seems so, and it is looking pretty dire, honestly. Right now, Jimmy being at 9 HP, it is very scary. We are potentially threatening lethal next turn. So he needs to decide if he can clear his board or he has to level up here. With 9 HP, with those allies, there is not a lot to go off of.
Oh my gosh. That's right. Oh my gosh.
Really thinking
oh my gosh, thank you, bro.
In my opinion, I think here we're looking at if he has a Turf Ring would be not a bad play here, especially with 5 cards in hand. So if he has 2 draws, he'd be only able to swing with all 3 allies, but he wouldn't need to play another one to get the lethal here too. It would buy him a turn, so maybe he could pick up an ally here, go for a swing, and he does go level 2. Okay, so he's looking for the health advantage here.
And maybe the flame sweep. That will.
If he has a flame sweep, that is huge.
3, 4, 5. Please pick one.
But at the same time, that's why Terraforming is out. So
We're using Bowman.
it's one or the other.
And grab anything
Flame
with
sweep was
Roger.
not hit if it was down in memory, so Terrafring will be popped here, so it will cost an additional 2 to attack. If he has flame sweep, that would be perfect. We'll see right now.
Flame Sweep
Or
was
down.
Oh, there
he
we
has
go.
a flame sweep. That is huge for Jimmy. Terrafring does not even matter here. You can go and play everything for this flame sweep. Most likely we're going to see it deflecting out to one of the allies. It seems like it's going to be on the Lurking Assailant, but we're going to have a card draw of 2 here and wipe the board and hit his champion for, I think, a total of 4,
And I'll draw. I
5
kill
here.
2.
Yeah, I mean, get rid of 2 card draws, something is
Man,
something.
that is great for Jimmy. Now Jimmy has completely stabilized and is in a great position.
Yeah,
What
and-
a great play here.
Now-
Something simple in that, but that is huge for Jimmy currently right now. Caven having 5 cards in hand. It's going to be rough for him to climb back up now.
Yeah, I think now Isaac should be worried maybe about leveling up just to get out of killing range next turn. But so much commitment on the board. You still have a unit there that can deal potential damage. But the reason why Jimmy went just with a straight up swing to face turn 1, well, just to being close, maybe for now going for the classic Hone by Fire combo that will maybe just put this game 1 to an end.
Honestly, I'm also predicting that most likely it's not even going to be a Rending Flames. I could see potentially just a simple Fire Momentum. Momentum would just insta-kill him, right?
Maybe that's why he didn't worry about banishing turn 1.
Exactly, right, exactly. I think there should be about 7 fire in Grave currently right now.
Yeah.
Jimmy's currently still counting a little bit to see how much damage he can dish out.
I'm gonna
Maybe
go ahead
push a
and
little
play
bit more to kind of
Tempered Steel.
Oh, we do have a Tempered Steel, which is another good choice. We have more fire now in Grave as he is setting up more fire. I'm telling you, it's a fire momentum. It's a fire momentum play right now.
Well,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fire in Grave.
and I can foresee also a Blazing Throne coming in after the swing. So, oof, that might just.
This is a tough spot for Isaac currently.
Yeah.
Tough spot. I think it's a level up. I think he has to level up here. But then the issue is now he's going to be losing a card advantage here. He's going to be losing one.
And just not having a substantial board. Jimmy is already at 11 damage, but you need to get through 13 more. So with no board, no lords in the field to bump anything, no, I mean, it's looking grim.
It is
Especially when Jimmy's hand size just keep on growing.
Yeah, I mean, that just boosted his hand size tremendously here. I only go with the level up, which is probably the better move here, as we all agree here. See what he's going to banish out here.
Yep.
It would be kind of sad if he banishes it deflecting. Oh, that's good. He did not. Okay, because we do know he had 2 deflectings in hand. He only played 1. So he has 1 more deflecting, at least to save himself from potential little bit of more chip damage coming his way.
And also this lowers the cost for Talent's Captain, as now you get the class bonus for the cost reduction. So
Yes.
that if he holds the deflecting and drops 1 more unit, that might be enough to turn the tide. But let's see what Jimmy has in hand for the next turn. But right now he's all spent all his hand the previous turn, so nothing to respond with. I mean, protective or any kind of reactive spells, right? Or skills.
Return that to hand.
Isaac here coming out with the Ascent Protector, most likely to play for Intercept. Which is not a bad play. I personally would have preferred maybe to keep the deflecting edge, depending on how much momentum is swinging for, because you can always expect there's also a Rending, and Rending would kind of proactively negate a lot of the damage there. But I think Ascent's also a smart move just because they're forcing allies into that Ascent currently.
I could be mistaken, but that card on the field that it's face down might be
his hand. It was the
which-
card that was just returned to the Lurking Assailant. He paid 4 for Ascent, and then the card he just returned is Lurking, so
Yeah.
it cannot be deflecting. If only.
Correct.
Jimmy deciding to see what he materializes here. What do you think? What's your predictions?
Oof, I mean, it could be sort of adversity.
Adversity?
But-
Adversity would be a good play here.
But he needs a way to get rid of the Ascent Protector somehow. So maybe a big unit, but also I don't think there's an easy way to win this turn without any allies on the field for Jimmy to clear the board and go for a big swing.
Jimmy's still deciding currently. You know what would be a... So let me ask you this question. What... Currently in this match, who do you think is favorite to win?
In this matchup, just by if Fire has an early mitigation plan, which Jimmy had just
I
doing a good frame flip early on, I think Fire may be heavily favored. But it's all about if you have an answer early, you know, like it is on any aggro matchup. So in this case, I think Jimmy has to take the control role in the situation. As funny as it may sound.
We shall see.
I think this is still materialization, pre-recollection.
Still materialization or pre-recollection. It does not seem like Jimmy has materialized anything just yet, so we're still waiting on him. I'm not sure if there's a delay or he's just taking this time to think, which is completely fine.
Yeah, he may be holding to, the pre-rec Horn by Fire, maybe another Creative Shock. So there's a few things to ponder of how to seal the game, because, like we mentioned, this may get out of his hand if he cannot close it in this turn. Because Wind and Rain still has some explosive turns that they can do. Now that they have Ascent down, if there's not an efficient way to get rid of it, that means that there's going to be some retaliation, which means that Jimmy's going to take 3 more damage, or it can even be saved by, like we mentioned, the Deflecting Edge to protect the Ascent and do the retaliation that we were waiting for. So
I do agree that the Ascent has to be taken care of as soon as possible, because once that Lurking Assailant comes back down, that retaliation is going to hurt for a lot. So hopefully Jimmy has an answer here to clear this Ascent. If not, then this could go in Isaac's tide. Still deciding on this materialization play.
Yeah, and it is great that this kind of high-level gameplay and so deep into the tournament, there is no time in any of these rounds. So there's nothing wrong with taking enough time, because sometimes you are pressured by the timer so much that may lead you to make misplays when you have different avenues of playing. And there was a lot of rounds that went to time and a lot of players that tied in the early rounds, but they don't have to worry about this right now.
That's correct. Luckily, we cannot tie in top 8. There's only one true winner.
Yeah, so. And he comes out with a sort of
adversity.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. Draw for turn. Jimmy thinking of what to play to clear this. As like we said, the biggest threat on the board right now is this Ascent. He has to clear this thing as soon as possible.
Because I don't remember what Isaac had on his hand, but another card that will be problematic would be a Displace, perhaps.
I agree.
Just to keep the Ascent alive for one more turn. And that will be one or more turns that Isaac gets of just not allowing a big momentum or running flames going through. Would just turn the situation that may seem dire into a winnable one. So that's why I believe that Jimmy's been considering all the different options that
one card in hand.
Isaac might have at his selection, because they also are aware of each other's deck list, right? So there's always some math involved, some probabilities. So they're just taking the odds of what he may have, what he may be holding.
Flame sweep everything.
Oh, we go for another flame sweep. Wow, that is incredible. That is devastating, to be honest with you. Flame sweep killing off the Ascent and also dealing more damage to Isaac here is actually pretty great. And we go for another 2 damage with a Strapping Construct.
Definitely
this is
worth
a
it.
very great play, hitting for 3 here. And it seems like Jimmy has now kind of secured himself in a very, very good spot. However, Jimmy is kind of critically low. We are looking at 6 HP left, so all Isaac really needs is just 6 damage on the board, which is very probable, but it really depends on how he decides to swing.
Yeah, and only currently 4 cards at his disposal. Maybe 1 with an additional draw and 1 more for the draw turn. So still,
it's a lot. What can you do with 6 cards, 6 damage?
That's the question, right? Usually, if you have a healthy board, you can go with an Inspiring Call, Pre-Recollection, or maybe another Tune with the Winds. But without a single unit, your other allies like Banner Knight, like Phalanx Captain, are not really that useful.
That's my hand.
So
That's memory. Yep.
even if where that he has a deflecting edge, what can Isaac do to put the pressure that he needs to put on the field in order for Jimmy to deal with the board still, right? Or an interceptor, right? He'll deal with one of the few interceptor cards that Isaac is running besides Instant Protector are the Swift Recruits. So maybe it may be the only opportunity here to try to dig deep for that interceptor just to stay alive for one more turn.
I think Isaac contemplating on going to level 2 here and going to -2 again on his hand just to stay alive, because being at 15 HP with 5 HP left. Oh no, it seems like we go for a GCR play here. He does have Deflecting Edge in hand, which does save him from a bit more damage, which is nice. But it is still, we are very scary. It is very scary for Isaac right now, currently being in lethal range.
But we could take a glimpse at his hand for a second, and I think there is 2 Banner Knights, a Sparring Call, 1 Woodland Squirrel.
There's a lot of damage on board.
There's a lot of damage. Yeah, the only thing is, can he put enough units on the field, survive, and then go for the finishing blow? It is feasible. It all depends on Jimmy not holding a big swing, right?
Right. Well, let's take a look. We had a Squirrel, a Banner Knight, a Ridrider Vanguard, Inspiring Call, Phalanx Captain, and a Lurking Assailant plus a Deflecting Edge. We're looking at potentially if he's deciding to play Inspiring Call, Lorraine swings for 1, plays Squirrel, plays most likely Banner Knights, and then he has to, that's it, right? So he has to play Squirrel here, Banner Knight, Inspiring Call, and now do 2, 4. He'll be 1 damage short. He's 1 damage short, unfortunately, it does seem like. But we swing first here, right?
To enable Inspiring Call.
This is how he enables Inspiring Call, correct.
But also, there's also 2 Banner Knights plus Inspiring Call.
Actually, I think it's only 1 Banner Knight.
It's hard to tell.
It's kind of hard to tell, I agree.
Yeah, but we can see Jimmy just doing the math, making sure that the calculations are correct. Because sadly, the Fire deck doesn't have many ways to deal with units during your opponent's turn, right?
Right.
Until game 2, game 3, when you can set in your Sparkleites and other means of creature removal.
Taking a quick look at Jimmy's side deck, we do have a Warrior's Longsword, Orbital Great Tariff, some Clumsies, and he does have Sparklights like we were just talking about here.
Yeah.
And on Isaac's side, we do see that we have Clarence, which is interesting, nullifying again for the fire aggro, which is about right, and Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb is an interesting choice for Interceptor specifically. I do like it.
And we can see Isaac just mulling over what the next move might be.
Sorry.
Because, and yep, he finally goes for it. It is the
Squirrel, Banner Knight, Inspiring Call. Oh, he goes for Lurking Assailant instead?
One down for expiring.
That would be 3. Wait, this is lethal. Is this not lethal on board? 2 damage and 3 again? Oh my god, he has lethal.
Yes, it's lethal.
That is lethal. Oh, whoa, that is lethal on board. Wow. What a turn. Congratulations to Isaac taking game 1 here. Jimmy very, very close, but the ally rush is incredible. Even with the 2 good flame sweeps and able to have the answer, it was just not enough to out-tempo Isaac here. Congrats once again to Isaac as we move on to a game 2 and do a quick reset. So, with game 1 out of the way, what's your predictions for this match now?
Well, I think this is a matchup that also is very defined by whoever wins the coin toss too. When you clash with 2 aggro decks, it's very important what you're opening with your hand, and also who gets to their swings first and who gets to level up just to increase their life totals. So I'm familiar with being dead by turn 2 and honed by fire many times.
As we do.
Yeah. So, but the good thing here is that now I can foresee Jimmy putting in some perhaps Sparklights to deal with some of the units. And one interesting aspect of this is that still there were no Gildas on Isaac's turns, and still he was able to close it out. So even with a hand that wasn't as optimal as it may be, and no protection for the units because there were no favorable wins either, it was still able to close the game. So you never know where things are going to go. This game was very interesting in the sense that one turn it seemed like one had the advantage, then the other turn seemed like the tide was turning. So it's been really exciting just to see how both decks interact with each other. But you never know the outcome, right?
Of course, of course.
Yes.
And that is true. Having it attune early with 2 allies dropped on board was huge for Isaac, getting so much damage in early and so much pressure that Jimmy had to really answer and deal with.
Yeah, and what is impressive is that even this wind ally aggro deck facing the worst card on the matchup, main deck twice, it wasn't enough.
It was not enough. It goes to show how powerful this list really is.
Yeah, it was a great pick, a great meta call, and I'm glad that it's working out for the whole blue team, right?
Right, all 3 of them are running very similar lists. So there's one thing I do want to see run in this matchup. Hopefully we get to see it, is the Rallied Advance. I want to see the full board filled with allies on this match. That'd be kind of interesting to see. Love to see that. And we're going to move on to game 2.
Yeah.
Let's see who gets the start here. I think currently we are cutting the deck, shuffling, most likely.
And one thing that this deck of Jimmy can improve in game 2 and 3 is that they're running clumsy apprentices that may actually hurt you because you're going low on your health.
Right.
Barook, which isn't really helpful in this matchup either. Yeah, you don't need it in this matchup either.
Don't think so.
And also Scavenging Raccoon, because they run no floating memory. Only favorable wins. That
But that doesn't need it.
Yeah, they don't really need it.
Doesn't need it.
And it's fast floating memory as well.
Let's see. We can't really see Jimmy's hand currently, but I think we're gonna see what he's gonna play on the play here. Is that before down?
For now,
Before down?
maybe Arthur. Yes.
For Arthur, yes. Arthur interested.
Immortal Arthur, yeah, and there's no way to guild with him at the moment. So, if Isaac has an explosive start, the most likely scenario is that he's just going to start going face and perhaps saving a deflecting edge or maybe a favorable wins if he has one just to keep the units alive. I see an Innocent Protector. There's also one.
I see a Gildas on hand.
Oof.
We do see some Gildas. Oh,
And
looks
I
like we're
see
going
a
to go Squirrel Gildas right now.
Let's go.
That's going to be a
Well, no,
hard
it
hitting
may be
turn.
Protector perhaps, depending on the other map of the hand. Go 2 down.
3.
And the third one.
Four.
Fourth
You're
one.
right. It is
There
going
we
to be an
go.
Ascent play, right?
Yeah, and let's keep on going.
And keeping Interceptor up. That's a
Yeah.
good play by Isaac here.
Yeah.
Now he is able to keep some defenses on board, and he doesn't have to really push aggro just yet currently, because that Arthur is the biggest threat right now, as Jimmy also can go wide.
Yeah.
So he wants to make sure he mitigates as much damage and potentially is able to kill that Arthur the upcoming turn.
Yep. Especially when this fire aggro deck relies on Arthur swinging in order to buff all the other allies. So if you're going to swing into Ethan, you're going to have a bad time.
And the hasty saving for 2 are pretty strong.
Okay, I think
Hasty swinging 2, construct saving for 3.
now we're moving to Jimmy's start of the turn. Let's see what he's going to bring up in the materialization phase. Yep.
GCR.
GCR. Nice, yeah. Let's keep the hands big and let's keep your options open.
Playing GCR, we're on the draw here. Most likely, hopefully we can see some cycle setup on Jimmy's side. Who knows?
Yeah, that's one thing that this deck relies a lot. You have to have a good cycle engine. If you don't open with a Hasty Messenger, Cremation, Creative Shock, you don't get enough resources either for leveling up or for your big rending or fire momentum. So it can be tough if you're not start cycling soon. But so like again, Jim's again, it's time just to consider all the different options. Yeah, I mean, this is a scenario that I wouldn't like to be in.
You wouldn't like to be in?
I would like to be Jimmy, especially facing turn 1 Ascent protector, and you don't know if Isaac is holding a deflecting edge.
Right.
It's this place, fiber
There are
woven.
just so many options for Win currently.
Correct.
That there's just so much to think about. It can get quite overwhelming very quickly.
So that's why, like, are you gonna call the bluff or not?
Sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta call it bluff sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because if
like,
you just keep Win and keep their options available, then you're not gonna get anywhere, unfortunately. Seems like we're gonna swing into the the Ascent.
And
Arthur dying here.
goes for the trade, and then Jimmy may be able to find a reliable way to get rid of the Ascent. Or that's what he's banking on if there's no defensive options for Isaac.
Going for Flame Rune.
And let's see if it goes away. Yes,
And it does, yeah. Bluff is called. No answers on Win's side.
There's many times when I'm bluffing with a spell shield. I don't have it. They give me one turn, and I take the game. So
Exactly.
I like those.
Sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need it. Hopefully we can also see a little bit more cycle from Jimmy's side. Maybe more setup. If not, then it's going to be a rough time.
What would be great in this moment will be to get a cremation ritual.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be.
Another play here would be good. Would be a hasty.
Hasty will be great because now you can have a free swing, get some cycling going.
If it was going to be a hasty play, I mean, you can't really play hasty in Arthur because Arthur's swing is to Ascent first. And of course, Arthur will die.
Correct.
So it looks like Jimmy's just going to go ahead and pass here. And pass over to Isaac. Looks like we can see a fire bubble here.
4 in hand?
Yes. I was considering fire bubble. They still find a keep hand advantage here, him being at 6 cards in hand currently.
Yeah. And still, if Isaac decides to go and get rid of the Flame Swordsman instead of going to face, again, it's not active for the class bonus following memory.
Right.
So it wouldn't hurt to get rid of it and then keep on with the pressure.
We do go fire bubble here, just keep more hand advantage. He does have Gildas in hand, so that is currently online with 7 cards on the draw. So if he wanted to, he could swing for 4. We also do see a Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy is kind of an interesting play.
Would be great to go Dream Fairy or even Phalanx Captain if you don't go with the Gildas plan.
Right. 2 squirrels also in hand.
Oof. And I think I saw Relic Advance as well. So there's a lot of good options at this moment.
This looks like it's going to be a Gildas and Squirrels.
Gildas Squirrel combo, the classic.
Hitting 4-5 this turn. And then Squirrel's going to swing for 1.
Swing 1 and 2.
And now Jamie's again on the back foot because he dealt with one big creature. Now he has to deal with Gildas. Gildas is a ally that you have to respect, and you have to
Dream Fairy coming out.
Dream Fairy,
right?
yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier.
Making
now
sure.
that Flame Rune is quite useless, unfortunately.
Yeah, if there were any plans of cremating your Flame Rune, they're all gone.
Yep. And there's no way for Fire really to get rid of this fairy unless they have Flame Sweep, of course. But Flame Sweep this early on is quite rough.
Yeah, because even if Lorraine comes in with a Sword of Seeking, do you really want to use Horn by Fire just to kill a fairy? That will be rough.
And that puts you back a turn 2. Just to
Correct.
bring out another Flame Rune on the board.
That's good. 1-2. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So taking 6 this turn is fairly rough for Jimmy, and being on 8 more HP. Most likely we're going to see a level up here from Jimmy.
Yeah.
Lorraine?
Yeah. And that we do. That we do.
And they were like, no Crave Shock in the turn.
You know what would be perfect? What if we see the Flame Rune get hit right here?
You know, that wouldn't be bad.
That wouldn't be bad. Temper Steel, still
10%.
floating. Honestly, it's not that bad.
Okay, let me think.
So we still have a couple more cards in hand that are still viable. Unfortunately, that Flame Rune is going to be unable to be played as long as Dream Fairy's on the field. Did we fail to find a sword here? Uh-oh. Are we still thinking on answer for sword? We may be still thinking on answer.
Could be that Jimmy's just looking at his memory and considering the best option, because there's been no draw, so I don't think this is a recollection yet.
Right, no recollection. So Jimmy considering his options, whether it's a play Sword of Adversity or Sword of Seeking.
Correct. Yeah, maybe the Sword of Adversity just to get rid of the Gilda somehow. That will be the best case scenario.
Even Home by Fire to the Sword of Adversity is not a bad choice too, because it does play around a favorable winds potentially if that is in the hand.
Correct.
And it will guarantee kill the Skildus unless we have it displaced. But that means that we're committing a lot additional cards to the Gildus specifically, which is good. But we want to have less cards in card advantage in hand to play around more allies that swing at you.
I would choose
Seems
to
like
get
he's moving out of his mind.
Sword of Seeking.
And
And
go with Sword of Seeking.
Sword of Seeking.
Potentially, we might commit into the Dream Fairy here. That is a potential.
Collect. Sure.
Let's go ahead and recollect and draw here. Like we said earlier, this Gildus is very scary. We want this off the board as soon as possible.
Well, let's see which ally options does Jimmy have. But did he just signal up? Oh, he just passed.
Signal pass. Okay.
Oh wow.
That is quite scary here. What kind of options does Jimmy have then to deal with this board?
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, on his turn, it
How many
does
cards in
seem
hand? A lot.
pretty rough. Maybe he has a dead hand. It could potentially happen.
I believe that Jimmy runs Resolute on sideboard. This will be the best case scenario for Jimmy just to pass go Resolute, level 2, Flame Sweep. But
We
again,
could see that. Unless, let's see, maybe Isaac sees that. Due to him just passing. Maybe he plays Terraframe.
you know, that will be very smart on Isaac's part if he's reading into that play. Because it's either that or Jimmy has a very unfortunate hand that relied on cards like Fire Momentum, Rending Flames, Cremation. Correct, yeah. Could be one or the other. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the match, Fire really wants to draw and cycle. And sadly enough, there's been nothing in this game 2 that could help Jimmy with that end.
No Creative Shock, no Cremation so far. No Hasty even too.
Yeah. I mean,
Rough time.
even Clumsy, right?
Not even Clumsy, right, exactly. Isaac was thinking about the Poison Coated Oil, which is kind of an interesting pick and a valid choice because now that Dream Fairy can actually swing for 3 here, which is quite interesting. And we do see
there
it.
we go.
That's going to be
Great call.
spicy. Never seen this card, right? Oh, let's go ahead and read this real quick. +2 attack to your stealth unit. So now this Dream Fairy is going to be swinging for 3, Squirrel swinging for 1, and Gilda swinging for potentially 4 here.
Oh.
For a lurking assailant. This board is crazy. We're going to be hit for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
bouncing
damage.
Gilders.
Jimmy going to be put at 17.
Sorry. Can I read this?
Yeah, for sure.
Will this be even enough of turn sweep to stabilize and stay in the game for Jimmy?
Yeah, 4 currently.
I don't know.
He'll be at 24. I think a Flame Sweep is potential. He did not play around Terraframe. Or Isaac did not decide to play Terraf. He just wanted to push as much damage as he can and threaten lethal as soon as possible. So Jimmy feeling a lot of pressure here, which is probably the best move for Isaac to make.
Yeah, even if Jimmy was able to deal with the board right now, he doesn't have. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
the rest of the play.
Right, yeah, it seems like it's
Gotcha.
going to be a resolute play.
So
Surprised that we actually have Poison Coating now. Well, he doesn't have to pop it anymore, right? Because he would just only pop it during the swing. So it seems like we just go for a pass here.
correct. So
This he's gonna get punished if he has a Flame Sweep right now.
These are level 2 ground.
And I don't think we saw any way to keep your allies alive here. I don't think we saw favorable. We didn't see anything. We do go for a level up. Flame Rune and
Sorry,
Home by
guys.
Fire.
Let me get my level 2
Are
out.
you gonna see another Flame Sweep? Flame Sweep? That's gonna be a draw 4 potentially here.
I think we might see it. I hope we see it.
I hope we see it too.
Because if not, that may be lights out for Jimmy. Sadly, we don't have a good view to Jimmy's hand. But
This would be an instant slam for me. If I saw Flame Sweep in hand, I'll be like slam 4,
Yeah,
bam.
yeah,
Here's
I
my
don't
Flame
care.
Sweep. Response?
There we go.
Flame
Another Flame Sweep. Okay.
Never fails.
At least,
But Retaliate's gonna hurt quite a bit here, actually.
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean, even if the board has been dealt with, you still take quite a chunk of damage.
Big chunk of damage here, yeah. We go to 14.
And remember, we
But
saw
he does
two-
draw 4.
Correct. But again, last game we saw 2 flame sweeps and it wasn't enough. So
Yep, draw 4.
even when there's no board, Jimmy's at 14. And we see not many threats on Jimmy's side. So if Isaac can keep on pushing, maybe another Gildas, maybe another Ascent, it doesn't matter if Jimmy right now is stabilized because the damage is going to keep on coming.
That is very true. Being 10 HP away, 10 HP is a very easy number for these wind agros to get to, obviously. You know what? Even with a Gildas play swing, and then you can just cycle in the turn after if he does not deal without Gildas, and that is already another 15 damage on board in just 2 turns. So 10 damage in 1 turn is very easy to get to.
And we still haven't seen any of the 15 edges, so it's gonna be. It could be potentially hard for Jimmy to go for damage. But
we do see a Blazing Throw to go kind of more on the aggressive side, which is completely fine as well. Push out as much damage as you can.
And this might force Isaac to go to level 1 just to be out of killing range for next turn.
Right.
It will cost him 1 card, which is reasonable. And we still haven't seen bigger units like Phalanx Captain on Isaac's side. Or I know that there's a few weaponsmiths on the deck as well, but they wouldn't be very efficient at the moment. Still, nothing. Yeah. There we go.
Now we're currently out of killing range. We actually aren't out of killing range because we still can see the materialization into a Sword of Adversity here, into Home by Fire, into an ending. Very, very, very easily done, especially since we have 3 Fire Engrave. We have Flame Sweep, Arthur, and now the Blazing Throw. The Blazing Throw must have been a setup for the Rending, I would assume so.
Correct. And I like seeing the Squirrel followed by Ethan Protector.
So that pretty much now shuts off the Rending Flames here.
Oh, but in response, Sparkle Eye.
Sparkle Eye! Oh no, that is devastating. That is devastating right now.
That's why you have them on the sideboard.
What a perfect play. Now Isaac's wide open. No response in hand. You know what this means?
Sword, Home by Fire, GG.
Looking very good for Jimmy right now in this game.
And again, 1 turn ago, we thought Isaac was close to finish it up.
Right, in a great spot. Now the tables have completely turned.
How the turntables, huh?
How the turntables, exactly. Jimmy's still thinking about the perfect line here to go for exactly lethal. We are hoping so. 10 damage, very easy to get to. We do see Sword of Adversity to draw for turn. Let us see it, the Home by Fire Rending Flames. I'm ready to see it. Actually, I think Rending Flames alone will just kill him.
Yeah, I mean...
oh no, it's going to be 1 off.
Yeah, Jimmy may not have had Home by Fire as he would have cast the pre-recollection just to get the cards back.
That is true.
Momentum match with adversity.
We do see momentum hit here. That's going to be hitting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
And any unit might just...
3 for Bowman.
There we go.
Oh, Blazing Bowman, there it is for game.
Nice.
All right, we're going to be going on to game 3. What a heated best of 3 currently. 1-1.
You know, I thought these games were going to be fast, but I'm loving how they're taking their time, how they're enjoying the match, and they're just analyzing every play because each deck has their own potential answers against each other, right?
And both being a very great aggro players. I mean, we have some of the best aggro players facing off each other right now. This is a great matchup.
Yeah, both of them are very seasoned players, and I know that they've been going through so many repetitions against all the meta decks, so they know what they're doing. They are masters of their craft, and let's see if I believe Isaac might go for the play. I think by the way that he hinted in the exchange right now. Both of them seem pretty calm. Like they know they're in the zone, they know what they're doing. And
but the nerves, it must be nerve-wracking, especially in Game 3, fighting in semifinals for a spot in the final match to get to take home the #1 card, right?
Yeah, the very first Grand Archive Ascent, right? So this is a landmark for the game and for the players because this is literally where you make your career, right? So, I mean, seems like they're congratulating each other on the plays. They know that they made the right calls, and there was little to be done, to be honest, right?
Right.
I don't think there was any misplays on either end.
No, I agree with that. I think both of them have played to the best of their abilities, and I would agree with some of the plays. If they have it, they have it, as you know.
Yeah.
A term I have learned from the Australians recently, such is life.
Yeah, I think the only crucial moment would have been that where Isaac brought up the materialization, the dagger, I don't know, the oil instead of the tariff ring, just to maybe protect against the sweep or dealing with the board.
I did agree. I would have thought that the turf ring would have been the safer play there. But then again, they see that they have a lot of damage on board. Resolute, maybe they weren't expecting even a Resolute in the Fire Echo matchup. Sometimes you don't see it.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Jimmy only runs one Resolute.
One Resolute?
Yeah. So, I mean, what are the odds of having that specific card at that moment?
Flame Sweep.
And Flame Sweep, right? Back to back.
That was a perfect setup.
Yeah.
Wow. Couldn't have asked for anything more. Both players shuffling each other's decks, getting ourselves prepared. Isaac being able to choose whether he's going to be on the play or not.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this last game. I mean, both of them having very interesting just to watch how they develop. And both players have just taken their own time to decide the best avenues. And even when there's been like many options of which creatures to put down, you know, like a Wind Rider or the Assailant or Ethan, sometimes it's difficult to know when you're in there with the pressure. Like, yeah.
Very true. Nice solid fist bump for game 3 for both players, and we're gonna have Isaac on the play here. We're gonna go for the draw of 7. Final game, we're gonna be on game 3. Isaac and Jimmy both 1-1. And we do see a nice hand coming from Isaac. We do have a rallied, Inspiring Call. We do see some
Attune with the Wind.
Attune the Winds, yeah. We do see Swift Recruits, and we do see Lurking Sim. Double Swift Recruit. He is ready for the early aggression coming out from Jimmy.
Yeah, no,
wow.
Like, if you have your sweep, I don't care that much.
Go for it. Give me floating. Yep.
Okay, now let's see what Jimmy starts with.
Unfortunately, we cannot see Jimmy's hand, but just to make assumptions of what he would play here. Hopefully, we're looking for something simple, maybe like a hasty messenger, get some cycle going quickly, or even a clumsy cremation ritual, get 3 cards in, right? That'd be also great to see.
Yeah, I was saying before, even if you give floating memory to this wind deck, they don't really have an efficient way to use it. Because most of the times they just want to go for the draws instead of for the leveling up.
We do see Hasty here pitching a Flame Switch and drawing 1.
And the retaliation on the Hasty Messenger.
Very important. It's taking 1 damage. We see a Cremation Ritual here potentially as well. However, maybe it's a smarter play to leave this Hasty up. Reason being because Caven might want to commit allies into this Hasty because it could be a threat later down the road.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what's going down. Okay, Arthur.
We do see an Arthur hitting the other Swift Recruits.
Interesting. Maybe Jimmy got the Arthur from the Hasty draw because I would assume that you'll be dropping Arthur first, deal with 1, drop Hasty, deal with the second one.
Well, Arthur being a cost of 5 and Hasty being a cost of 3, you're not going to be able to play both of them. So most likely you wanted the Hasty cycle first before dropping Arthur. Because if you play Arthur first, sure, the Hasty is going to be able to kill the second Swift Recruit, but you're not able to get your cycle that you want off of that. Because
that is true. That
is 1 card more that you see from your deck. And the Flame Sweep that you're looking for.
And that's 1 more Fire Element card you have in the graveyard. Yeah, you're totally right about that.
We're going for an early level up here since we just got a Swift Recruit in the grave.
Interesting, yeah. That way you don't lose any cards from your memory, and you are in a healthier situation now with your life totals.
And here we're going to go ahead and kill off that Hasty.
And we see that there's a Deflecting Edge, a Banner Knight, Attune with the Winds. 3. And there we go with
Dream Fairy. Oh no. Arthur back in memory and not being able to be used. That's going to be a little bit rough here.
We might see a quick level up from Jimmy just going for lowering the sword. Because, well, when you have 4 Flame Sweeps, you may end up opening 1 in your first hand. So,
or not.
Or not.
Or not. Such is life. Seems like we're still deciding on what to go here.
GCR, bro?
GCR here.
GCR.
Really viable play as well. Getting some more cycle going on.
Crack it.
And also drawing 1, increasing that hand size, where I think we're currently at 10 cards in hand. Over Isaac's currently 5 actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and having a Swift Recruit And a Dream Fairy, you're not really worried about that much damage. If it was Ascent Protector, Banner Knight, or something else that may buff or may have a bigger body, then there will be something to worry about. But Jimmy can give himself some space, get extra draws, and in the end, maybe more cycle, maybe more fire in the graveyard, and that way just like pull it ahead. But again, Jimmy just taking the time to ponder all the options as he should.
Something to keep in mind as well, even though we have these very small allies on board, since we saw earlier in Game 1, Tune the Winds will really buff those allies up, and if you slam a Banner Knight on the field, and you can even play Crystal of Empowerment if he does have it in his deck, potentially, that means that Banner Knight's online for that turn, and that's going to be swinging for a ton of damage. Something to potentially keep in mind.
Yeah.
We do see a Crystal of Empowerment in the material deck for Isaac's son.
And the bad thing is that now that Jimmy is one level behind, even if you wanted to slip next turn, there will be no card draw.
And could he survive that extra turn, try to get to level 2 there?
This deck is very capable of killing you turn 2 or turn 3 in a very consistent manner.
He does pass here.
Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe that's why Jimmy was looking hard for those 2 extra draws this turn. Because
you could potentially see maybe a Resolute Stand in hand.
I mean, it could be an even sparring call here.
I think it's an inspiring call play. I think he's going to drop another ally here. We do see a Phalanx Captain off the draw here.
I mean,
so Phalanx Captain going to be costing 1 less here. Popping the President's spell to draw 1, and we see an Ascent.
This is looking better and better for Isaac as the draws keep on coming.
That I agree with.
1 and 2.
Swinging for 1 and swinging for 1 here as well for a total of 2 damage.
Then I'm predicting a good Ascent protective play.
Balancing.
Oh no. 2 for...
4 down right for the Ascent.
Oh, there was another one there.
Bouncing Tree Fairy?
Yeah.
I think Tree Fairy might be bounced here. If we bounce Tree Fairy, we do keep the options open to potentially bounce another ally back. But Arthur will be online after this as soon as Dream Fairy will be bounced.
Yeah.
Kevin asking for a response on the activation.
Yeah, I think it's important that Isaac declares. I mean, he's very. He has to decide what he wants to bring back, because as we saw before, Jimmy can just respond with a Sparklight, and that can just ruin the party here. But Sparklight cannot do. I mean, it can deal with either of the units.
Wait, he have to choose one or the other.
Yeah. That should be on activation, right?
On activation, correct.
That's a very key wording or clarification you have to do when playing.
On activation, correct. So if you do it on the enter, then nothing happens, right? Ace is going to be on played. Ace it's already targeting that specific ally.
Correct.
But no response from Jimmy. Moving on.
Nice. End of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So now this may seem like a easy decision, but it's not. Like, do you want to swing for 3 and keep on going ahead on the life totals, or you want to keep your interceptor, right? So.
Well, Isaac is in a pretty good spot here. It does seem like he did pass. He did pass for turn, which is the safe play. But even with the current amount of advantage he does have, it does not seem like a bad play. We do see a Creative Shock end of turn, so we do get more cycle going on, which is a lot better from the previous game.
Correct. You already saw 1 hasty, we saw 1 cremation. I mean, 1 Creative Shock. So now let's see if we find a Tempered Steel.
It's always ideal. 3 cards in hand from Isaac.
Now, you might consider what cost 2 in all of Isaac's list. You have Favorable Winds, you have Deflecting Edge. What else can he respond with if there's any like combat shenanigans?
Displace only. That would be just displace. Do we really want to displace anything on the board here currently?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, let me think about what I'm materializing into, and then I'll use the Tempered Steel.
Let's see what we're going to be pulling out
Yeah,
here. You do
and
discard a Temper Steel.
yeah, that's the best thing you can discard at the moment. You get a free level up.
Never fails. I never fail to see a Lorraine, Fire Lorraine, just Creative Shock and discard Temper Steel. Pulling out most likely the Sword of Seeking here on play.
Put up adversity.
Sure.
We see Sword of Adversity actually instead, and maybe we're going aggressive to try to kill this Ascent ASAP.
Yeah.
We see a Home by Fire pre-reflection. Oof. Giving another durability counter and 2 attack damage.
Draw.
And drawing for turn.
Is this a flame sweep turn, even without
Flame
the
sweep
draw?
turn early. Potentially, I could see it.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of this early aggression here also, even though it does not mean you're not going to get your draws back. However, I do not think it is a bad decision.
Correct, because that way you get some free space for next turn without board presence, and you open your opponent for a big momentum Rending Flames, and because you're already committing more cards into the graveyard.
However, Jimmy also has to keep in mind that if there's a Deflecting Edge on play, Ascent will live here. Potentially. And even if, Lorraine decides to swing into Ascent, because we can kill Ascent here with just Home by Fire and Sword of Adversity hitting for 4. Again, any favorable wins or deflecting will save this Ascent right now, so that's something that Jimmy has to take into account. And we just go for the swing, potentially. Oh, he's considering it. No, I think he goes for it.
Just for a normal swing, no sweep. But let's see if Isaac lets it die or there's a Deflecting Edge.
There is a Deflecting Edge in hand, as we do see. He is considering it. Does he want this Ascent to die? Or does he want to keep his Deflecting Edge?
I think there's a good argument to let it
More
live
damage stuff.
because Isaac has Banner Knights in hand, and there we go. You get retaliation, you save the Ascent
So, yeah, so he's
Protector,
at 3 health right
and you have a handful of units that will help you deal additional damage next turn, followed by Banner Knights.
Right. Ascent living now with 3 HP left after negating the 3 damage.
I think Jimmy is just taking a time to consider the options. 3 damage is nothing to scoff at.
It's not.
More and then fucking
But it's with a huge hand, we must have answers. Potentially, he could be considering, is it worth to use something like a Blazing Throw currently on the Ascent to kill it? That is something to also consider.
That would be necessary, even if painful, as you don't have your Sword of Adversity anymore to deal big swings.
Because I think he does want to keep the Sword of Adversity on play for the Flames potentially in the upcoming turn. So we'll see what comes out from his side of the field. And the next question is, does he have any more cards in hand to answer to deal with this Ascent after this one Deflecting Edge? Does he have enough cards to play for 2 allies to potentially kill this Ascent, it being out with 3 HP? Meaning that he would have to play an Arthur and maybe a low cost, like for example, Clumsy. Or he could play 2 Flame Runes, but that's going to be committing 8 cards right now to his turn just to kill this Ascent, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, I think just the fact that you are 2 for 1 in your opponent and they have to commit more resources just to deal with 1 ally, it's giving Jimmy a headache right now.
The one card I do see being an out is Blazing Bowman. Potentially there could be a Blazing Bowman play to be able to kill this Ascent. That could be one. But that means you're committing one of your fire from your grave into the banishment.
What is that? 1 durability?
1 durability. The power doesn't really matter anymore.
Jimmy's still contemplating here.
There's 2 cards going down in memory.
One more, maybe a Blazing.
It could be a Clumsy Apprentice to deal the 1 damage left. Or Sparklight.
Sparklight to kill the Dream Fairy. Oh, because we want to get Arthur back in play.
We want to get him back just to deal with the Ascent, because now you still have an ally out for next turn to apply more pressure now on Jimmy's side.
Right.
6.
3 cards coming down, potentially.
No, you're good. You're totally
2
fine.
cards in hand from Isaac. 4 cards coming out. Arthur interested.
One
Pass
card,
turn
yes.
on.
1 card in hand.
1 card in hand for Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy currently being at 14 HP. We're getting closer and closer to this game end.
Now let's see what Isaac goes for. He doesn't have to worry about leveling up anymore, as the Silver Crit, we're used to level up as floating memory. So now is the time to keep on going for value with bubbles and other draw engines, just to stay
Ahead and ahead.
just correct. It was rough to lose all the units early, but again, this may be a little bit confusing because I know that the hand size for Wind right now is not the best, but it can still get out of control really fast. You know, you still have an in out. You can still have your combos with Phalanx Captain, with Gildas, with Banner Knights. You can still have an explosive turn, and if Jimmy didn't have a sweep to deal with Ethan and Doom Fairy before, he may not have it next turn either, right? There's a good shot that he will have to dig for it, but that seemed like the best way to deal with the board.
What's he coming up here? Isaac's definitely contemplating his options.
Okay.
He might decide on something here. Potentially a smaller card draw.
I mean,
We could see another Terraforming. We've been talking about Terraforming from last round. I think
Yeah.
maybe even a Terraforming play here is not even bad at all. Because then it will cost less for his Flame Sweep turn, costing a total of 7 to put down.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Isaac to bring in from the material deck. It could even be Nullifying Lantern if he's scared of a big thing. It can be the bubble. The bubbles have been used.
You know what's surprising? We haven't seen
Trinkets?
Rending Flame being used. We've only seen Momentum so far.
Correct.
We have not seen Rending Flames played on Jimmy's side thus far. A little bit of downtime still here for Isaac's side as he decides what to play.
Cards in 1 year.
You know another card that I would love to see played?
4 or 5.
The Smoke Bombs on Jimmy's side.
Smoke bombs? Yeah, screw that Asa. You think this Asa can intercept? Nope. Go face. True, that would force a lot more even commitment from Isaac's side, or you might not even expect it. Because that rending now can actually hit for a lot that he's been wanting to hit.
Yeah. Lucky for Jimmy, he's still holding to that sort of adversity. And
Grail.
Grail. And I think nullifying under the Grail.
That is correct.
You know? The
Ah,
classic.
Who would have expected? You see a
Displays. We have a Inspiring Call. I think Attuning with the Wind. Banner Knight. There's a few options for
a lot of humans currently in hand.
Yeah.
Swiffer Crew as well.
It could be double Banner Knight. It could be Banner Knight Displays to save some options there. But nothing too explosive for this turn. It's more like a setup turn for the one to come.
You know, earlier we were talking about how this game's going to be so short, it's not going to last so long. But no, with this game 3, both players are taking the time to really decide and think their lines through so they can pull out in this win. Because it is very, very crucial. You're playing to the best of your abilities and playing to the maximum value here. But it seems we're going to be swinging for 4 here total at Lorraine. Jimmy going up to 10.
I'll pass.
And
passing.
4 cards in.
yeah. And now Isaac's holding 4 cards. So there's going to be some thinking for Jimmy to see why only 1 ally came down and what is Isaac holding.
I actually think this is a great play because since we have Displaced in hand, it means that if any of these 2 allies are going to die to any kind of damage, they will not die, obviously, because Ascent can just bounce the other units. For example, we swing At Swift Recruit, we can displace Ascent, bounce the Swift Recruit right back into hand, and it does not die. Right? If Ascent's about to die, once again, displace it, negate that damage, and just bounce Swift Recruit right back to hand. So there's a lot of commitment that needs to be played here just to kill this Ascent off the board, which I think is a priority right now currently in Jimmy's head.
And it could be a great counterplay for a big flame sweep, because this way, if you're swinging with flame sweep to get rid of the board, you just displace. Both of them are gone.
Both of them are not considered a quote-unquote target, right? We had that discussion last match when Lime was trying to use Hurricane Sweep, and a displace was asked if it could be used or not.
And it can't, it just won't hit the ally.
Going for a Terrafring on Jimmy's side.
Oof.
Good play, especially that we see a lower hand size currently. We're going to have a hand size of 6, 7 on the next turn. Means that he's not able to commit too many allies currently. Swinging directly for 2 at face.
Yeah, and that also indicates that Jimmy can just either have Isaac choose. You want to kill my allies, or you want to hit my face. Well, you're going to have to pay for either. Right?
Counting fire, we do see 3 down. We're going to see their momentum are ending. Fire momentum going out here.
Let's go in response.
In response, here comes the lantern. All right.
Classic lantern.
Take 2.
Yeah, but still, you know what? That's another fire card in your graveyard. And maybe you don't care about that.
Oh, and Acolyte comes right out. See you later.
Yeah.
Good read here.
Yeah. It was a calculated effort from Jimmy, knowing that, this attack won't hurt you much, but now I have my Acolyte ready to deal with this.
And now Lantern's off the field. Don't even have to worry about it anymore. Yeah. And something to keep in mind now, this Acolyte could be very scary coming up the next turn if we have a Crystal play. Now the Acolyte's going to be swinging for an additional 3. Arthur is going to be swinging for 4. So it's very much possible. Even though we do not see in material deck currently a Crystal Empowerment from Jimmy's side, but that is something potential to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think Isaac has to think hard about this one, because that tariff ring that just went out means that if he wants to deal with Arthur or swing, there's not much he can do besides that. Right?
He has to commit 4 cards down just to swing.
Yeah, the tempo is gone, but even if you go and play 1 Banner Knight, you have to pay for the swing from your honor unit, right?
And the funny thing is that even if he wants to swing with Lurian General or play Inspiring Call, that's going to be a total of 2, 4, 5, 6 cards to commit just for an Inspiring Call here, which that definitely takes that off the plates. Yeah. So it's going to be very rough.
Yeah, that's really like an attack tax that Jimmy's putting on Isaac right now.
Tax, yep. Pay your taxes. Or don't.
Not financial advice.
Another thing we could potentially see here is some Ascent shenanigans. We can keep bouncing these Ascents around.
That would be a good play. The only bad thing is the extra 2 you have to pay for each of it.
We do pay 2 to kill this Arthur. And we still have enough to commit to a
second Ascent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like that's exactly what we just see, committing to a second Ascent.
Why not?
And we still have an Interceptor up. Just quite fine.
Yeah.
Yep, 1 card.
It was more of a play that, okay, I know you don't want me to attack. Fair. I'm just going to keep a healthy board, stay alive, and have some extra retaliation anyway.
Something I did not notice earlier, that we have a Crystal Empowerment play from Isaac's side. Something he may be setting up.
Correct, because this way, I don't think Jimmy may have a viable way to get rid of both Ascents, which means that next turn we're going to get a back-to-back Banner Knight coming from Isaac's hand.
This next turn is going to be quite scary, adding a lot of additional pressure on with just this and Crystal Empowerment.
If I'm not mistaken, you can bring out 1 extra draw, then go Inspiring Call. Well, Banner Knight, Inspiring Call.
Right.
And
that is a lot of damage being dished out. That is +3 to everything.
Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Will this be lethal? I'm pretty sure it would be lethal. We have both Ascents going to be swinging for 6, so 12 damage on board. With actually, we're going up to level 2 here. We did level up.
5, 6. Sorry, man.
And it
Energy
might be
consumed
a
as well.
flame sweep moment.
Okay, Arthur's gone. Yeah, this may be completely a flame sweep moment here.
And if it is, all of Isaac's plans are ruined.
Not potentially ruined, but it's just gonna be a rough time. Slam it, come on. 3 games in a row, slam that flame sweep right now.
Do you have it? Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
3 down. Oh, it's a
Only
3 down
three?
actually.
Oof. Maybe one more? Still thinking about the last one?
Creative shock.
Yeah.
Great shock.
I think he's cycling. He's looking for it.
Yeah. I guess you don't always have it. Getting rid of
Pitching another
one.
creative shock.
Oh boy.
My sort of adversity.
Home by fire, swinging to kill one of the
Yeah,
ace
draw one card.
hands.
Pretty smart.
All right, go to you.
That way,
Wait,
adversity
exactly
still.
what happened here?
Yep.
Did he pitch a creative shock? Or did he pitch home by fire?
I think he pitched the one creative shock and played home by fire and swung with sort of adversity.
But he already has Lorraine too, so he'd already be attacking from 4. Unless he's playing around.
He still has to use
I
the sword.
think he was playing around and decided to keep the durability counter on sword adversity. Right, that makes sense.
Yes, correct.
I see.
But now, Isaac can continue just go level up 2 extra levels with Crystal of Empowerment, then go Banner Knight, and it's gonna be a rough time.
This could be lethal here. Could be threatening lethal right down board with no response from Jimmy's side.
Is this it?
Oh, another failings captain. Oh, this is gonna be a rough turn.
You don't even need it.
This may be it. This may be game here.
There's one.
Ascent gonna be swinging for 5 damage here now. That's gonna be another 2 down for another Banner Knights. And then we have enough for, oh, this may be game. Popping here, swinging for 1-3 here actually.
GG.
Oh, that is game. Congratulations to Isaac to potentially taking home the Ascent trophy, hitting for 3, and then hitting for another 3, and Ascent hitting home for 6 damage, and that is game.
That tells you.
Congratulations to Isaac for winning semifinals.
That was such a smart way to navigate the turn. You know, knowing you cannot go hard after a Tariff Ring, to be, you know what? I'm gonna set up my Crystal of Empowerment. I'm gonna keep one Ascent Protector alive, and then Banner.
It's hard to deal with both Ascents. That the only thing to get out of that would be the flame sweep there, but it is such as life. We cannot see the third one in this game at least.
And you can tell it on Isaac's face and body language.
That moment of relief that no flame sweep was going to be played, because it would be rough after that.
Correct. But even if both Ascents were cleared, there was still an argument for Banner going hard on damage and maybe coming back later. But still, it was a great time to play the Tariff pacing for Jimmy. It still wasn't enough. And now we're going to be waiting for the next match to be set up
and
for the finals.
Next up, we'll have main deck and Aldeus coming on to commentate on the last match.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for staying us and letting us commentate for this semifinals match, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
See you.
Thank you. It's pretty nice to commentate. Love that. That was a tense. That was a crazy game. Honestly.
Good night, all right?
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, bro.
Good luck for third part, too.
Appreciate it. Good luck in your finals, man.
That's crazy, right? Dude,
your flame suit was last week, you would have had it.
That was a great comeback. I didn't know what was in his hands.
What do you have in hand?
Yeah, and even like this last quarter.
Thank you.
Good
job, good job.
That was a game. I was like, oh, I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, come on, I can't.
I was
Get 1 and 2, they were just
I don't want it to be a win ally versus win ally. It was like it was the anxiety king. I was like watching the game.
Oh, thank you.
I only watched like
That's crazy. And there's no like.
Thanks.
Top 4 and then top 2.
But those are good matches. That was a really good match.
You guys got such a long hair stream, man. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, we thought it was gonna be like aggro, bam.
Yeah, so basically, I don't have audio, but I do have a stream there. So basically, you're just going to be watching the game.
We'll figure out what's going on.
From that screen, I can provide you a deck list once the players are basically ready and good to go. And then once they're good to go, I'll hand you the deck list just so you can kind of review what which everyone's playing. I do not have a last play or anything like that, unfortunately. Yeah, but otherwise, like your mics are basically hot until the entire time. As soon as you're live, typically
everything we say will be recorded.
Yeah, exactly. So be very careful. Dan's used to that, you know. But basically, typically I'll just do like one more back. I'll come to you guys, just do an introduction, maybe do a little chatter. Usually I will start when they're seated and almost ready, and then I'll switch to you guys. Then I'll typically do a wide just to hopefully get like a fist bump or something, and then I will go straight to match. Cool. And then currently my talkback audio is basically I will call Ken, and then he will basically tell you we are switching or something. Like he is my middleman between there and here.
Sounds good.
Cool. Right now they're taking like a 5-minute break or whatever, so feel free to do whatever.
We are doing very well on time right now.
I know, you guys are safe. So, that's the situation.
Dan and I've worked together plenty of times in the past now, so we got that relationship already. We'll be alright.
Yeah, you get the laptop keys.
Yeah.
Well, the Ken teleprompter, like.
It was Ken's like coming in with a laptop.
Oh, dude. Oh, you know what I should do? Ken should just stand there, and I'll type on Google Docs, and then it'll be teleprompter mode.
It'll be the same thing.
Oh man. All right, but that's it.
Let's go to the stream. The miracle game, man.
Dude.
Sad.
So you want us to sit and just?
Right now we're okay. It's break time, so chill. Maybe I think Chris said about 5 minutes.
I think this is a great time for how we want to do this. So I'm happy talking about this. For me, the most part is like I do have my own opinions about the cards, like my own personal bias, like if the card is good or bad. I will be doing my best to avoid that. I do that. So I will be mainly focused on the strategic gameplay, and I have a good sense of what Lightball and Leo did. But I know you guys have audio.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that, but
it just can't happen. But okay, I think we'll be all right. We've talked plenty of times. Definitely over.
All right. I guess that's a signal for us to start our intros. Hello, everyone. I'm Aldius, otherwise known as Alan, from the Grand Archive team. I'll let my friend here introduce himself.
What's up, everyone? It's Dan from Main Deck, back with a stream for you this time instead of another video.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Dan. This is the first time we're actually doing anything live together, so this is it's going to be interesting. I've never commentated before, but I hope I know the game well enough to provide my commentary.
I sure hope you do too.
I think we'll be all right. And it's good to be here. How are you feeling, Dan? How's your day been going?
You know, it was I'm not going to get too personal here, but it was I guess I won't talk at all. Just jump right into it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have two amazing players here.
Oh yeah.
True Champion Gaming got two of their players into the finals, which is pretty. I mean, an impressive feat, playing a very cool, very impressive deck with a lot of next level tech in it. So I'm really excited to see this mirror between two Win Lorraine decks.
We're not talking about just the mirror in the fact that they have the same element and the same class. They're playing the exact same list.
Exact same list.
So when it comes down to it, this is going to be a game of who can micro the best and make all the right decisions. Oh.
That is wrong. Not a Spirit of Water.
Not a Spirit of Water.
That is not right.
Unless we got handed the wrong deck list, but it
is. I see both wins in play. Yeah. So,
from the looks of what I can see here, it's looks like a little bit slower of a opening starting hand for Caben here. I think he might want to see a little bit more of his early game allies, but if he can get to that, past that level 1 into the more level 2 game, I think he has a very, very solid hand here.
One thing I noted a lot playing into these wind aggro decks that getting an early game Ace and Protector to stick can make it very difficult for the opponent to really generate the kind of momentum they need to put the pressure on. And that's really, I think a lot of this is going to be about just kind of maneuvering around, figuring out how to apply pressure as the opponent's constantly trying to get interceptors down as well. That's Win's advantage.
Exactly, yeah. So looks like that early Ace of Protector came down. I think I missed the initial ally that was placed. I'm assuming it must have been a Woodland Squirrel.
I think it was. I think it had to be a squirrel.
It had to be a squirrel.
In memory. So.
Yeah. Hopefully I didn't miss anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. We're getting a glimpse at Isaac's hand here. Looks like he has that hand, I think, that you want more in the mirror. His hand, the opening is already looking very strong for Isaac. He's got the advantage with the larger ally. Ace and Protector having the greater stat line than the Wind Rider Vanguard.
Absolutely. These decks too, they don't feel any pressure, especially given the amount of interceptors to level up. So they're going to be probably sitting on their spirits for a little bit until they need any sort of class bonus to be active, or until a sword becomes sort of an advantageous thing to play to get rid of something. But
exactly, yeah.
As long as Isaac is pushing the advantage right now, Caben is just going to be trying to find a way to sort of maneuver around that and control the board so he can get back into a position where he can now gain some ground.
Yeah, and an ally that is actually really well positioned in this match is the Lurking Assailant. One of our allies that we introduced for the for sealed especially. This is a really powerful ally that can do things that most normal ones can't. Its ability allowing it to do like
I think it's retaliate.
Yeah, I was trying to see what the materialization choice for Caben was going to be here, and he's coming out with the Tariff Ring. Missed his draw iron, but
the Tariff Ring, again, this is the advantage that Isaac has right now, being the aggressor and putting the pressure on, is that Caben wasn't able to materialize a Wind Resonance Bauble like Isaac did, so
exactly.
he's going to be not only feeling the pressure of damage, but being sort of down on cards and having not only fewer options, but being able to play less.
It's definitely one of the important matches where you definitely want to be going first and applying that pressure as soon as possible. But like I said, if he's able to catch up and get to a game state where has the advantage in influence, then I think Caben is actually favored in this position if he can survive long enough.
Caben did string together. He did a Banner Knight into an Ace and Protector, bouncing the Banner Knight back, which was enough damage to get rid of Isaac's Ace and Protector, but the issue he's going to face now is that Isaac can simply crack back into the Ace and Protector and get rid of that, and sort of trading ultimately protectors, which you'd like to be in a position where you can get the Ace and Protector down and like back it up with, I know they're unfavorable wins in the deck, and you can sort of like...
Yeah, it's so interesting because they know exactly what each other are playing, right?
100%. And they've probably played this mirror quite. If they're anything like our team, they tested the mirror extensively too.
Exactly. So this is going to be one intense game, just seeing like who gets the right answers fast enough. So I'm assuming the plan from Isaac right now is how can he apply the most pressure to force situations where Kevin has to respond. And as soon as there is, and we're already seeing a Failings Captain enter the banishment. That's an important mid-game piece, I feel, and probably not too happy Isaac's probably not too happy that he had to see that go into to banishment. But
no, Isaac is definitely, would be interested in the ability to kind of push a lot more damage with that. But I think I know what's happening here. Yeah. So the Dream Fairy is going to shut off that Protector until it can be answered.
A very, very strong ally here. Based upon their list right now, the worry of dealing with allies with stealth is already going to be an important piece of this match. The thing about Wind is that it lacks that ability to deal damage outside of just through attacking. So
yeah, and the interesting thing about their list is that it's so ally focused. It's not even running what you would typically see Wind Lorraine attacks coming into play to be able to be another out to dealing with boards of allies.
Exactly, yeah.
Push damage, but they, instead of running attacks, they are actually just running a lot of board pumping effects and just doubling down basically on the allies here, which the problem is Lorraine can get that sort of seeking, but it doesn't naturally do enough damage. He's going to have to look to set up, I think, going to Lorraine level 2 to get a damage buff to deal with that Dream Fairy. Outside of that, I'm not sure how he does it.
Yeah, it's important to realize that in this matchup that this is a really grindy matchup where attacking is extremely important, more so probably than many other matchups that you definitely have to face. The Sword of Seeking is going to be probably one of the most valuable assets for both players to deal with any ally with stealth, any Dream Fairies that come on board, and Isaac having it right now is definitely pushing the advantage further into his favor.
Yeah, Ace and Protector is just such a strong. It's a board presence that has to be dealt with, and just getting that locked down.
Yeah, it's essentially turning that card into just a card he can use for memory cost. Reserve cost. Sorry. Well,
you can do it.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Believe me, I understand that.
I'm getting back into the swing of things, warming up a little bit as we go here. This is an intense game so far, and both players very skilled with their decks, and it's just a matter of who can get the right pieces at the time. It looks like he's thinking about playing Rallied Advance to maybe get another bit of damage and maybe clear some of the allies on Isaac's board. But I think he's trying to maintain that card advantage so he doesn't just outright lose the game. But.
Right. The remarkable thing is that, and I think you were saying this right before we started here, but in Grand Archive, unlike necessarily in a lot of card games, when you're playing two aggressive decks against each other, it's not always a game that just ends right away, because the players need to actually just try and, because everything can attack right away. They're getting value right away. Players need to start dealing with threats on the board, and a Gildas is a pretty strong way to start to.
They're trying to reclaim that. She's extremely well-statted ally, and we got to see that Lurking Assailant. I kind of brought up earlier that it has that unique ability to retaliate for your other allies. Taking out the Bandit in return is definitely not a situation that Kevin wanted to be in, but getting the Gildas on board without balance being set up, still in a little bit of a rough position, but if he can get that online, it's the damage that he needs to kind of maybe start controlling the board a little bit more. Let's see what he does. So Terraforming coming out for Isaac.
Boy, yeah, the luxury of being able to play that later into the game now with the board already set up and plenty of cards in hand to keep the pressure on.
Exactly. Yeah. Got a little peek of Isaac's hand there. I think I saw that he had a Weaponsmith. I'm not sure how long he's had that, but if that ally can get rolling as well, then this game is going to be looking very rough for Haven here.
I was excited to see the use of Weaponsmith in their deck. It's again something that I haven't seen in a lot of FTC era decks yet, and
it's one of those cards that I haven't seen played much since we're talking like the demo days.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
but it's an important piece. And when we were testing the demo and taking that extensively, it's an ally that once it kind of gets going, it's the value that it provides can be game changing.
Well, like we're saying, is when these aggro decks have to take the game so much longer, anything that can accrue that incremental advantage over time. That's the strength of Merlin decks right now. That's why we saw so many this weekend. But just getting to be able to put that on a body that you can attack with a human for Phalanx Captain.
Exactly.
That can give you the edge when the game has to grind out like this.
Taking a look at their list here, it's a very aggro-oriented list. I'm not sure, maybe I'm missing it, but it doesn't seem like either player is running their Hurricane sweeps.
No, like I said, there's no attacks in the list at all, but they both play deflecting edges. Obviously, preparing for, that would be an all-star card, and was an all-star card all weekend against the multitude of fire decks that were in the metagame.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it could neuter Rending Flames.
It's very interesting that in the finals here today that it's a strategy that, or it's an option that what Win is kind of known for, really, right? To be able to answer the board is both players are not going to be able to deal with each other's allies because they don't run it.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of thing where if that were sitting in their sideboard right now, it would be feeling it'd be a matchup that might be about who can find it first.
Who can find it, exactly, yeah.
But unfortunately, it's not in there.
It's going to be interesting. Maybe we're seeing like who can get the most value out of their rallied advances to get the most attacks in with their allies. But it looks like most of Caden's allies are not sticking. That Dream Fairy definitely still putting the pressure on that Ascent Protector in his hand. I would find a way to get my full value out of that before it becomes a dead card for too long, because he's sitting at essentially -2 here.
Yeah. Now here's the thing, he finally, he got to the turn where he could go to level 2 Lorraine. Now that sort of Seeking, it has a true sight attack that deals enough damage to be able to take that fairy out. Now, maybe the game state has changed to that point, but that's not necessarily what he needs to do. He might even be willing to lose the Ascent Protector, because when you get so low on cards, it's kind of hard to string that cost together.
Exactly. Yeah, totally agree. Both players are running 4 deflecting edges as well, so I think that's a card that's also pretty well respected in this matchup.
And with a sword in play too, if he goes for that true sight attack, you only get one shot with Lorraine level 2 to get it, and the deflecting edge to save the fairy could be a play that would be entirely game altering. So Caven has to know that's there, and respect it, for sure.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it looks like that Terrafring it's being used
goes
this
for
turn.
It's not there. Does not have the deflecting edge.
Oh,
but he has to play right into the Terrafring too.
I guess it definitely makes sense that he pops it to make sure that Caven can't get the full value of his hand this turn, slowing the making him pay 2 for the attack there will set him another turn back to.
It would have been so vicious if he had that deflecting edge though too. Like popping the Terrafring, making him pay into it, and then edging the damage would have been just I think would have been destructive to Caven's game.
Especially for in this matchup.
You've done win
every single attack is important, especially when when a single one can't go through, or you're making a trade that you don't like. It feels definitely probably worse for considering any other matchup. Considering their list as well, the ability to catch back up in the mirror is going to be a bit more difficult.
Just looking at how long this Lurking Assailant has been out on the board, it's the same one. It's certainly been pushing the advantage in Isaac's favor. Every single turn you get with that.
Yep. It's definitely an all-star right here. It's getting its full value, and Isaac is not letting up. He's thinking about how he can increase his advantage. Oh, I think I actually caught a glimpse of his. He does have the deflecting edge in his hand.
Oh, does he?
I think I saw that.
But he has a second Dream Fairy. That's the issue. So he lets the attack go, knowing that when that second Dream Fairy lands, it gets rid of the Ascent Protector for good again, and the deflecting edge is there to protect anything else.
Yeah. I think that I want to say that this game is Isaac's in full control. He's steering the ship the exact way he wants, but Caven had to already use his Sword of Seeking, and both counters being gone, he has very minimal ways to try to deal with any Dream Fairy shenanigans. It's Grand Crusader maybe trying to go back up on card advantage and hopefully draw into an answer. Inspiring Call, he's digging.
That's just a dig play now.
Yeah, he's digging.
He's digging and hoping that he doesn't lose, but the problem is Isaac has a Banner Knight in hand and the ability to level to 2 and push for, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 damage swing if he plays Banner Knight, counting the sword swing from Lorraine. Actually, 12 damage. 12 damage. So, yeah, if Caben gives him an opportunity, that'll be Isaac's game. But Caben has a lot of cards in hand now, so
he's got. I think he just drew into an interceptor. He has these Swift Recruit. Hopefully, maybe he can. Well, let's see if he can buy himself any time here. I think he's going to go through all his options before. He's going to go down with the fight. That's for sure.
Isaac still just has an unpopped Grand Crusaders in here. Of course, that being the way you play around your Gildas plays too, keeping that
exactly.
available.
Yeah, I think what really separates players is to keep your influence in check, and especially when you're playing a deck featuring Gildas, it's super important that you maintain that. That's why they're opting to play the Woodland Squirrels as a uniquely costed ally, where it's the only 0 cost in the game that you can essentially fix your hand into activating balance for Gildas.
I think one of the true strengths that just looking over this list and seeing it play is the way that they synergize the Woodland Squirrels with the Ascent Protector, with the Gildas. All of those are very known quantities, but then when they add in the ability to actually pump the board with so many things, Squirrels just can do so much work. So Caven gets down a Swift Recruit
activation, I'm assuming.
And gets a damage off on the Lurking Assailant.
Yeah. Isaac's taking a look at his hand. I don't think he's maybe considering
the edge.
I think so, but
or maybe a favorable wins. I wasn't able to see if he has one.
It looked like the edge to me.
Sure, yeah.
Or the displace. He does
is it displace?
Does run 3 displace as well.
Yeah. Okay. That's another. Oof. This is.
Yeah. Displacing the Ascent Protector with the trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
Is
let's see if the timing was correct here. I think there's a way that this may not work out in Isaac's favor.
The judge has to call. Yeah. So
coming in.
So Ascent Protector, I believe, targets.
So in response to the first one,
I believe Ascent Protector targets. So if this is the case, they have to declare the target and could choose the same target if that first one hasn't resolved yet.
So it'll bounce too.
Yeah. I think the intention was to use the displace to also just send the Ascent Protector
you're
back
responding to the on enter, so we can target. You can still target another.
But it might not have been timed correctly, and that's a very nuanced interaction.
Right.
The kind of thing I would do.
It is very difficult.
So I'm bouncing one.
I think they're trying to resolve this.
I mean, still
we have
keeps
some
your Lurking
great
alive,
judge staff here
it's
today.
definitely worth it. Yeah.
While they resolve this, I mean, we've seen this interaction come up. I think match 1 of the top cut today. So that displace coming in during a hurricane sweep, that was unfortunately timed that the Geist was able to live. Looks like, yep.
Yeah, so just the Ascent Protector returned to hand.
Yeah, looks like they were able to correct the situation and
it's
proceeding
hard
on
for
with the
us to really mess
gameplay
with
here.
Ascents.
They
Zephyr
weren't
is
too
the real key to mess with
impressed about it.
Ascents.
Oh, that's a Banner Knight in hand for 2 Banner Knights. The Crystal Empowerment.
There's the damage.
Yep, here.
Yeah, you can just do Crystal instead of going to 2 and keep all the cards in hand for the double Banner Knight.
There you go. That's game 1.
And there's the fist bump. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess both players are now going to
displace versus Ascent's like a really hard. Like I try to figure out the.
Honestly, their options are very limited based on the list that we have here. They are playing the exact same list.
The amazing thing about the sideboard is it's 8 material deck cards.
Yes.
Their main is perfect when they're testing, and they just decided that just swapping in cards to the shield deck is exactly what you need to do, and that makes sense given, just like I said, how synergistic this list is. Everything works together so well.
And their sideboard is very geared towards other elements where direct damage is probably a concern for their strategy going here.
Which obviously worked remarkably well for them, because their team in general placed well into the top 8. So,
oh yeah.
And making it to finals, of course. There's no doubting that. There's no doubting that what they came up with is an effective list.
It's more harmful than seeing your own teammate in the finals, but now both of these guys in no way are taking it easy on each other. They're extremely competitive and hungry to get first place. I think we're probably going to see come in from both players, the all important Eye of Argus. Finding a way to deal with.
Oh yeah, dude! I had like double attune, double inspiring, a lot of spells.
Probably the most important toolbox piece that they're searching for. And poison coating oil is also
good plan. The Lurking, dude.
Yes, I think the poison coating oil to increase your basically like just open up your thresholds of damage to be able to finish things off, or to just straight push damage, given how many allies they have the potential to swing with. And I didn't see what they put in. I'm not sure if they've quite finished that yet. But the other one I'd be looking at is smoke bombs.
Smoke bombs, also a key critical piece for protecting your allies here, and then
try to get around.
yeah. But like I said, that Eye of Argus is an important piece. We're going to see some interesting interactions and see how Eye of Argus targets, and you don't necessarily have to put an ally, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
It's been a while since I got to see some of these cards as I work on other stuff, but this is this is a really great match and a really great way to test their knowledge on interaction. So
yes, there are some cute interactions with Smoke Bombs and Eye of Argus here, and if the two of them are bringing both of them out, there's a bit of counterplay they have to be aware of too.
I don't think we'll see things like Quicksilver Grill. I'm wondering if there's a purpose for them to bring it out. Like noticing they're looking at their list,
but that's still crazy.
Doesn't seem like there's much to do any protection shenanigans and flashing and stuff. That's kind of the purpose of the Quicksilver Grail. So.
Well, I also wonder how important, if you bring in the Quicksilver Grail, you have to remove the Grand Crusaders ring. And they do have to be thinking, the Grand Crusaders ring is a piece that allows you to reach those thresholds for balance when you sometimes wouldn't be able to otherwise. So,
I understand.
Of course, this list is doing a very popular thing right now that a number of aggro lists are doing where they run all 3 baubles in the main board.
Yes,
so they make the room for these cards out of the material deck, or out of the sideboard in the material deck by removing the baubles they don't need.
No.
Yeah, I think they're very... It's cool to see the lists that are very confident to, let's just run material deck cards and let's make sure that I get all of the sideboard options, all the toolbox options that I want to swing the match in my way, in my favor. That's kind of the thought process here.
That's fair. It's like I wish I could see my hand
Quicksilver
first,
might come in for some of them for what they want to do.
You can go first, Squirrel Asen.
It's also a great bluff.
Exactly.
At this level of play, they know each other so well. They know their decks so well. It's a matter of once a wrong decision is made, I think those players will especially capitalize on it. It's kind of what they'll have to be fishing for. So.
And that's where I think there could be a benefit to putting the Quicksilver Grail and doing something like putting a Smoke Bombs under it.
Exactly.
They're not necessarily sure that that's what's under there, so you'll go into those swings anyway and end up getting a surprise stealth Smoke Bombs hitting. That can swing.
The mind games are going to be very, very strong here.
Especially just given the two teammates' familiarity with each other in their lists.
So, starting off game 2, Isaac's up. The score is currently 1-0, and going first, he's
a lot of defensive pieces right now in Isaac's hand.
Right.
It looks like Windrider Vanguard was just this is a play all weekend when I faced these ally aggro decks. I saw the turn 1 Windrider Vanguard pass was very common.
It's a very value efficient ally. It's been fun to see that if anybody who's able to ever check out the new demos that we've released, a lot of people come to us and be like, the wind is very dominant there.
I'm so glad that
oh man, it is. It's the wind deck has a lot of value.
Bro.
It's kind of meant to show its versatility here.
We'll talk afterwards. We don't want to stall out.
Looks like Caven can also follow up with the Windrider Vanguard and also has a lot of defensive pieces in his hand.
Yeah, definitely not what he wants to see though. I think
no.
I did catch a glimpse of Isaac's hand a little bit. I think he has that Dream Fairy. I think if that.
Yes, he does have a Dream Fairy as well.
But Caven is holding a few deflecting edges. It looks on the left side.
I see those. Yes.
He has that failing
inspiring call.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to make a decision. He might just have to follow. That's multiple Windrider Vanguards, and
in my opinion, I think.
I kind of don't like going second.
It's maybe a strange play. If I don't have a strong enough play turn 1, especially going second, I would prefer just to pass. And in this case, Caven maybe just wants to cycle because if he commits a card here, he's prone to just losing that ally, and especially since Isaac has Dream Fairy, it's not a good situation for him if he gets that bounce back to hand.
Well, for Caven here though, he did choose to go second this game.
That is true. That is
so
true.
It's interesting, and I'm certainly not the master of these Wind Ally decks, but I found it interesting that he didn't necessarily go into the double Windrider Vanguard and attack to take out Isaac's Windrider Vanguard, maybe predicting some sort of interaction back.
Yeah, he's definitely. I think he is a little bit worried about they know each other's defensive options. And
right.
It's critical here also knowing not only the exact list. Everyone had the list for all of top 32, but these guys also know the matchup, know the exact way that their play styles, and
yeah, exactly.
It's definitely a lot of high level mind games here. That what can I predict what is in my opponent's hand, and how can I play around this stuff and make sure they don't get enough value out of their cards. So look, that Dream Fairy is coming down, and
the Dream Fairy is going to lock up.
But yeah, it's just going to have to return to memory. There's not much that Caveman can really do here.
Yeah.
And if I recall, Caveman has that second Windrider Vanguard.
Yeah.
Now both of them are turned off. So it's, in this case, I would have liked to see what if, taking the damage and having, not having to commit stuff to the board that Isaac can interact with on a crackback. I think being up on just cards would probably be the ideal play here. It may be very, very weird to think, but sometimes that is just the right decision, especially something that I found in playtesting.
I tend to like the philosophy of you have to make your opponent have the interaction,
right?
And I really feel like aggressive play, especially if you're choosing to go second, is kind of where you want to be. So what I'm very interested in. I would love to talk to Caben because I certainly think that he's got the mind that for what's going on here, and I'm sure there's something I'm missing in the hand that.
Yep. Look, and he got the Grand Crusader's ring, and
just looking for something.
Yep. Maybe he's not even too concerned that using it to crack it right now. Oh, that's a Gildas in hand. Get a full count of his influence. Oh, yep. Looks like it's not coming into play here.
No.
Oh, he had his own Dream Fairy.
His own Dream Fairy. Okay.
That is actually huge for.
We did miss that.
I wonder if did he draw that, or we just having it like he just hit it in his hand so well. That was a. I mean.
Yeah, I'm not
that
sure.
completely changes the field.
I agree.
Knowing that now that he had that Dream Fairy in hand, that explains more of a lot of the situation. I wonder if we did miss it now that the tides have definitely turned.
Yep. So Caben's and that's I think that's going to be a testament to exactly what you can see from this matchup is it can quickly turn tides. Now there again there's that interaction.
Favorable wins. Oh, and he's just passing there. There's not much else that Caben can do, and Isaac's going to get value out of that favorable wins. Not having class bonus is going to go to level 1.
Absolutely.
Grab that Sword of Seeking and try to take out that Dream Fairy.
Well, the Sword of Seeking alone won't do it. He can only do that until he has to get to 2 first. That's the struggle.
That is true. The Eye of Argus, actually, yeah.
There's the Argus, though. The Argus out of the side is what does it. So, I'm going to be very interested to see now where he goes with this. If he just pops the Eye of Argus right away to deal with the Dream Fairy, that is potentially locking down his own Dream Fairy. Seems like the play to me. Yep, and there it goes.
Yep.
Exactly what's happening.
A little bit of things being passed to me for me to sign, but I think it's all good. We got to figure it out.
I was covered. We got it. We got it.
Distracted right there. I don't think I hit the pen very well coming towards me on the camera, but all good.
So the Eye of Argus is going to allow that Windrider Vanguard to deal exactly the amount of damage needed to take out the Dream Fairy, but the issue here is if Caben's holding on to that, there it is. There's the deflecting edge. There is a potential where Isaac could have tried to wait a turn, I think, and go up to Lorraine 1 to get the True Sight Sword, the Sword of Seeking,
to pass that threshold.
To follow up the damage there. But if Caben was holding on to deflecting edge instead, then that would have been just wasting time, more or less, losing your tempo on that. So, such difficult decisions to make, and the prediction required to really come ahead in this matchup is, remarkable and laudable from both these players too.
Yeah. That's why I thought he'd opt to go into the Lorraine level 1 and kind of just set up. Also increase his health total a little bit to give him a little bit, take some of that pressure off of the Dream Fairy. Caben very quickly took the board state back with the Dream Fairy play and also his own Windrider Vanguard. Lorraine coming in, he's getting looks like an attune with the winds was what was banished for its cost.
Okay, and that makes sense at this stage of the game. It's not you need to develop a board first, and the deck runs plenty of them. I believe it's at 3 attunes, 3 rallied advance, 4 inspiring call. Lots of ways of just pumping everyone.
Yeah. Both players know that their sideboard options are very much the same, and nothing coming into the main deck to really switch things up here. Then that Sword of Seeking coming down. We do see that the Weaponsmith and his Weaponsmith actually opposed Isaac here. His Weaponsmith being vulnerable to any sort of retaliation at this point, being rested, no ways to. Isaac, I think everything is in his memory right now. Yep, Gilda's coming down. He should have the balance as well.
This seems like just with Wynn's high health on all their units, this isn't necessarily the matchup for Weaponsmith to really shine, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the
coming in just adding a damage, it's still a body, so it comes in.
It being a 1/3 is it is very sticky, and in this case, Caven's pushing the advantage. Going second, and this. I mean, I was talking about maybe how going first was really beneficial for Isaac, but now Caven choosing to go second in game 2, got the advantage, playing with his, controlling his influence very well, getting that full value of the Gildas, and clearing the board, and another Weaponsmith gets banished.
I feel like that's not a tragic loss for Isaac in that case. Yeah, I tend to feel, and I've gotten interesting comments on actually some of the videos on our channel too about people who are just learning the game and kind of forming opinions on things. But I tend to feel that it's choosing first or second is all about what phase you want to have the faster tempo on. And for a go wide aggressive deck like this, having getting the first combat step compared to your opponent tends to feel pretty advantageous. Whereas a lot of decks prefer to have the first materialized step. In this case, I totally understand, and I probably agree with Caven's decision to do that.
Thinking about what he wants to do here, and then Isaac went for the play with using his floating to get that Eye of Argus and try to clear the Dream Fairly as early as possible. And it is a bit of a gambit to hope that with 2 cards in hand, you got to respect Deflecting Edge, and it not working out, you were definitely seeing how the Dream Fairy going away, he's dealing the damage back. He lost a counter, which is I think maintaining your counters on your Sword of Seeking is going to be vital for most of these mirror matches. Oh, another Dream Fairy coming down, bouncing the Gildas to hand, killing the Weaponsmith, and
wow, and suddenly just a turnabout again.
Suddenly another turnabout, but
back and forth like that.
Caven still has what I'm assuming he still has his Eye of Argus. I think that's a vital piece for their sideboard tech. And
yes,
the options are still very open, and
trying to see it. I see the dagger. There's the eye. Yep. Yeah, it looks like dagger, eye, and I didn't see if smoke bombs is in there, but possibly. So we get the Terrafring down now to stem the tide.
Weaponsmith on the draw, I think, is what he got. So the Gildas is now dead in hand, and there's not much that he can really do. I think Terrafring came out. Yeah. Whoa. The Dream Fairy was. Okay. They got it.
We can't quite attack the Dream Fairy with that one.
Swing 2. Yeah.
2 to the Weaponsmith, and then.
Oh, is he gonna
follow up with the sword? He's gonna lose the sword then.
I think he's debating now. Yeah, playing the Weaponsmith.
Weaponsmith too. Okay.
The lines of play weren't too wide for him, but I think he decided to either use the sword, and Dream Fairy is still only just a 1/3.
Right.
But now Isaac has the option here to choose if he wants to go to level 2.
A 1/2, right? I believe.
The what? The Dream Fairy? The Dream Fairy is a 1/2. Yeah. Sorry.
I think there might have been a version in the past that was a
1/3. I'm thinking like the olden days.
Yeah.
That where it was a 1/3, but the Dream Fairy being a 1/2, still only with 1 attack, which was my main concern here. But I think he's going to choose. Deciding if he wants to go into a level 2, maybe just clear and cycle the Weaponsmith. Let's see what he chooses to do for his materialization stuff. Because at this point, from what I remember, both GCRs have been used. I believe so.
Yeah, we've seen baubles, I think, so far.
Yeah.
But these players are so used to their decks that some of these phases are just they're going by pretty quick. I'm talking about something and I miss what they materialize exactly.
I'll try to look at you and I'll miss the next play. Like,
yeah, exactly. So we saw a Terrafring come down from Isaac this time, and then in recollection, the Terrafring was popped once again. And that's exactly the interesting thing is that like there's only a Dream Fairy in play, but you have to pop that Terrafring beforehand, like. Giving Isaac knowledge that if he goes and drops any allies right now, Caben's going to get the first attack on them rather than Isaac.
Exactly, and then Lurking Assailant coming down, choosing not to attack at all this turn. I think leaving up, he has 2 cards in hand. Isaac has 2 cards in hand, and Wind Resonance Bobble.
There's the bobble.
Yeah.
There's the
bobble. The bobble here is almost as good as Grand Crusader's Ring, right? Or essentially the same.
The Assailant's actually a wonderful play when you get Terror Fringed because it can still retaliate against anything. It's available to attack even though you don't have to pay anything for it.
Isaac has chosen to use it this turn for sure. I think definitely going to make Cayman's plays weird, but he has plenty of cards in hand and a lot of tools to really work with. So Woodland Squirrel's coming down.
So we're preparing. Do we have a protector finally? There must be. Yeah, there it is. There's the protector.
Another, I think, keystone for this mirror match here.
The kind of unit that can totally change the course of the game here if it can stick.
And a pass, yeah. I definitely gives a sure tell way of a sure sign of what is in Caven's hand to Isaac. I think not swinging us with allies with vigor for further, even though he can pay for it, is a huge sign of what defensive options that Caven has right now.
Yeah. When it comes down to it, this is a match where these two players are doing constant math. Like it's constant math about how much damage my units are dealing, how much damage is being prevented, and you're just trying to figure out how to get that math to come up in your favor.
Yeah, and it's been a long weekend, and these guys are still on top of their game. I'm sure that there's been a lot of mathing going on this weekend for sure.
If you're a fan of just like generally aggressive creature combat style decks in TCGs, this is like here's a deck for you. Yeah. This mirror match is pure combat math all the way through.
Oh yeah, this. Personally speaking, as a dev on the team, this is my preferred playstyle. I think a lot of people have asked me what my favorite card this weekend was, and Lorraine Wandering Warrior and being my favorite. A lot of sentimental value, and also just one of the my favorite personal play styles. So
yeah,
this is a real treat, and
this was a weekend for Lorraine.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah,
Lorraine was everywhere this weekend.
So yeah, Isaac going through his materialization options here, and it looks like I believe he's holding that poison coating oil in his hand.
You're good.
Poison coating oil, another card that can totally change the math, and if you can spring it on your opponent at the right time on the right turn.
Yeah, a very defensive board right now from Isaac. I mean that, like we've been talking about, that Ascent Protector is a real keystone for their strategies. The Isaac's down on influence right now. I think they're actually net neutral.
They're neutral, yeah.
They're neutral right now.
The two of them just trading blows until one of them tires out, I guess.
Actually, I apologize. Actually, Caven is actually up since he has 3 allies on board, and
well, that you said influence, and to be fair, they're equal on influence, but not total cards committed to the board.
Yeah, and he ended up he did grab that poison coating oil, and
yep. So using the oil to get some extra damage this turn that help clear the threshold on this protector.
Actually, I want to check something personally.
Okay. Do you have a rule issue that's happening here?
So he's at 3.
Potentially, I think I want to check.
Yes,
I think it doesn't matter since...
And you've taken 0. Yep. You can just leave it off. Yep.
Well...
So I believe he used poison coating oil targeting the lurking assailant, and I don't know. It's getting bounced anyways. So I was a bit confused because he used the poison coating oil, tapped on the lurking assailant, and maybe I think he ended up choosing the Dream Fairy instead because realizing it might not work the way he wanted.
One in hand, and I know what it is.
Okay.
Essentially, I thought the poison coating oil says exactly that you can banish poison coating oil, target ally with stealth gets +2 until end of turn. I'm not sure if that lurking assailant was already sideways. I don't think that would have worked out in Isaac's favor. I think the game state is actually fine.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because the lurking assailant has situational stealth.
Yeah, and this came up earlier in the sealed event where, if I choose to retaliate with lurking assailant, what happens? And then, the situation was that it did losing its stealth actually worked out in that player's favor. So I wonder if that was. I think we're okay. I think the judges the judges have been on top of their game, and I don't think the game state is misrepresented at all here. But
it seems like the players understood the intention of the play, and I can also imagine, even though they are deeply competitive players, They're still.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, and they're still teammates,
Yeah.
and I think neither of them would be happy with a technicality like that causing a game-changing play.
I think
even
they
if
both,
they didn't. I think they did it right, but
yeah, I also think they both caught it. So it's
yes,
fine.
exactly. They caught it as it was happening.
Yeah,
and
the
made sure it was okay.
I mean, looking at the game state right now, Cayman has 3 counters on his Sword of Seeking. Poison Coating a little set up. Maybe bluffing that he has another Dream Fairy in hand, but I think he would.
Boy, that would be a high-level play.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, getting the coating oil to make Isaac believe he has a Dream Fairy would certainly be something impressive to see.
Yeah. There's a lot of things you could do to signify that you're going to put the pressure on the opponent, like bluffing. You could have grabbed Crystal Overpowerment and had it on the field. There's not much for either players to really deal with each other's material deck options here. It's just you're going to have to hope that they use it at a moment where maybe it wasn't the right choice to do. So Isaac's actually did have his Crusaders, right? You were right. So
okay, I thought so. I thought I hadn't seen it quite yet.
Okay, and then
I think we just saw a bobble from him earlier.
Yeah, it's actually still a really even game. I think it's
It is
just a
quite
matter
even.
of who can maintain their advantage and get the right options in their hand. Earlier.
Looks like Isaac is going for that Ascent Protector, which makes sense. It's got to go. It's got to go at some point if he wants to climb back into the game. And it seems like he's likely out of Dream Fairies now. A really key interaction in this deck too, just another powerful component of the synergy within it, is the ability to, if Isaac could find another Ascent Protector, he could bounce that Dream Fairy and then use it to get rid of Caven's Ascent Protector again.
A lot of Dream Fairies coming back in, and a lot of allies. Things about wins that, as I say, as the devs intended.
Yeah.
As Ornamental Greatsword coming down, buffing up the Weaponsmith. So he's choosing to put the counter now on the Greatsword, which is interesting to me. I think
neither of them have any way to interact with their opponent's weapons. I don't think there's a single thing in this material deck that'll do that, or anything.
So I think it doesn't really matter too much in the micro here.
Just
spread
spread the love.
Yeah,
spread the love. Put a few more counters on.
I think Cayman is he has the dominance here, but that Lurking Assailant does make his attacks a little bit stranger. I think the captain coming down.
Now, see, I mean, I think part of this kind of comes down to, I think the great thing that is showcased in this is sort of the posturing that happens at the high-level Grand Archive play too, of like players just trying to find the right time to when they can finally kind of go in and try and work around the opponent's threats for a little while and know it, again, just knowing what the opponents can do to interact with you when you push for it. Sort of playing out some of those threats, getting rid of the Veiling Breezes, getting rid of or not Veiling Breeze in this case, but the favorable winds.
Favorable winds, right? Yeah.
I always get those two mixed up. They sound so similar.
Is that a dig at me? Should I have did something different?
Yeah, it was a dig. I'd like you to name your cards a little more differently, please, Alan.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, it's wind. They're all wind related, so they got to be wind related in some way.
The damage coming in here. Isaac now at 11 compared to Cayman at 4.
It comes out of nowhere. That's the thing. You get the Phalanx Captain down. You have the and that we saw a rallying inspiring call as well.
Yeah.
Pushing some damage too. So
very from an outside glance, this board state looks like it's still maybe we can come back, but Cayman really holding the control very well here. I think this now, what people are probably most used to is like an aggro matchup. It's now become like who is managing their resources the best, and it's one of the things that I always end up loving about as someone who plays many card games. This is like a fundamental skill. I think that what separates the good players from the great players. I think these guys have been doing a great job of it all weekend. Look, they're
absolutely.
Someone just pulled
so that Phalanx Captain just simply has to go, and so Isaac is getting rid of it because you have to remove your damage multipliers if you want to be able to survive.
Yep, exactly. I think he has no other option. And this is the thing that I mentioned about the Weaponsmith. It's just providing additional value for Cayman every turn and Cayman was able to slam down other threats. That you have to pick your battles here, and then we can see the difference in the durability for weapons. I mean, he has plenty of options if he's able to maintain that and find his. Actually, I was going to say haymakers, but yeah.
Well, I think the haymakers are just if you have a few things on board, and then you multiply the damage here. So
they're not playing any sudden steals or anything of the big heavy hitters. And I guess for their decks, it is not much, not very important, right?
Isaac has no defenses up right now. Some cards in hand, I'm not sure what they are, and 9 health left before he is knocked out and this game goes to game 3. So depending on what we see Caben play here, you know, it would not take a lot to push that damage in. If Isaac is maybe trying to posture again that he has some sort of defense here and kind of try and get Caben to maybe not commit to the board, that would be advantageous.
We'll see. Let's see the mind games that happen. I think Caben's well aware that he's in control right now. That lurking assailant still making things a little bit awkward, but 3 cards at hand for Isaac.
I have lethal, but there's no reason to push it.
Shuffling it up,
like,
I'm
not
he
going
wants
to
to
do my
materialize for this
And
turn.
just like we saw in the last round, these players are it's untimed and they're able to.
We've lost.
Oh,
Caben's
okay.
side, so I think he lost the lurking assailant and the woodland squirrel, and looks like Caben's starting to try and push that advantage.
If Caben's going to 2, he's got to be interested in pushing that advantage now.
And remind me that Dream Fairy is still actually controlling that Gildas. I think he's trying to find a way for him to.
Here's that sort of seeking.
Yeah.
Dealing with the Dream Fairy.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand. So this is still
It's actually
Isaac could
a
still
3
save
damage
it.
push. Deflecting Edge was the only way to save that out of a 3-card hand. So gets the edge out of his hand.
And I think he's still being able to probably protect it this turn. Basically neutralizing that Lorraine level 2 level up. So
that's such a strong neutralization to hit too.
Yeah.
Wow. Yep. And goes for the assailant. Assailant is out of here. Maybe we have the favorable.
I think
wins.
he had the favorable wins.
Has
in
the
his
wins
hand,
as well.
So
but Caben has now taken 2 defensive pieces.
Yep, and he had the woodland
limited
squirrels
amount.
to push for that last bit of damage, and I think Isaac was definitely hoping that maybe he wouldn't be able to get that 1 damage in.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy's still on board though. I mean, I think he knows he still has that Gildas in hand, and essentially, knowing what that those 3 cards he has an influence right now.
2 cards in hand? I have 3 cards.
Super bottle for Isaac.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
It's going to take a fair amount still to get over this. Isaac's got plenty of cards to work with to deal with that. That woodland squirrels will be easy to attack, though Caben has 3 cards in hand. And once again, it's like just like Caben did to Isaac this turn. Isaac can now bait out Caben's defensive pieces as well.
Yeah. Speaking of defensive pieces, I think what's interesting in this list is we saw it in the last match that how Resolute stand, a really well-timed Resolute stand that both players not having to worry about it, but it's a very interesting deck building option they've chosen for. So I think it's super interesting for me personally as somebody who's I guess created a game at this point, right?
One thing I think we saw when FTC first came out was a lot of people dumping deflecting edges for Resolute stands because Resolute stand has such a high ceiling when your champion's being attacked compared to edge.
Yeah.
But in this matchup in particular, being able to edge to save your key allies, to save your Ascent protectors and your Dream Fairies, that's something that Resolute stand can't compete with, and that's in these ally versus ally matchups, it's all about that being able to keep that advantage.
I'm sure they would probably love something like that right now. But insane match right now.
I can't believe how much this is grinding. I mean,
it is a true grind fest, and then both Caben with 3 cards left in his material deck, Isaac with 2.
Yeah.
They're getting something every turn, getting the full value, but eventually they're just going to start not grabbing anything. So this is a real grind match right now.
Yeah, this is certainly a game going. This is showing the game slowing down from FTC. But there's certainly plenty. There's certainly plenty of fast decks still in the meta, as we saw throughout the whole weekend. But Wind has gained a remarkable amount of just ability to maintain control of the board.
Yeah, I think right now both players are showing how well that they can manage their resources and working with the options they have, and solid play from the both of them. I think. Showing how defensive they can be, and even on the back foot. I mean, this match is in no way over yet. Now,
not at all. And there's a displace on the Vanguard to save the Vanguard.
Yeah.
That's leaving Caben with 2 cards left.
2 cards. So actually, Isaac only being at 11 compared to Caben's 4 is actually not in Caben's favor, because I think he really did want to keep probably some of those cards at hand. He was hoping to get the kill on the Dream Fairy, but
yeah, Yeah, it's unfortunate. Again, you know, it's a game of sort of making them have it sometimes, like to push for it. But when they have it,
as I've said
doesn't feel
probably
good.
many times. You got it. You got it.
If you got it. You got it.
And
in this case, Isaac did have it, and now Caven's got to find a way to climb out of that.
Playing the same game.
But
here,
I mean, you know, we haven't seen any rallied advances from either player.
There's another displace. His hand was 2 displaces. Yeah, that's true though.
I think once we're starting to see like how that card might be a keystone for, you know, whoever draws it first could get the advantage back and be able to close out the game.
Just 2 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand does not feel good.
2.
It definitely does not. I think that losing, basically nullifying that Lorraine attack was huge for Isaac, actually.
Yeah, massive tempo swing. The difference between having 2 cards and 3 cards in hand is the difference between passing your turn and actually doing something sometimes.
Yeah,
in this case, the smoke bombs protected. The smoke bombs almost time walked Caven here.
Yeah, this is a still a pretty tough position, but now the game is a little bit more in the even state, but you know, Caven has all his options available still. His sort of seeking, still kicking.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's probably hoping to see it for like a rallied advance or anything that could maybe swing the tempo back more towards his favor, but.
Something like an inspiring call right now would be an excellent way to like push some damage on to be able to clear some thresholds and get rid of some threats, and you know, not lose you that card quantity.
Yeah, well, Isaac with 1 card left in his material deck right now, he's just getting all the options out. I think the only thing we haven't seen is
thinking hard what to play.
Tide Proclamation. I think that's the only thing. But I don't.
Yeah, Tide Proclamation, a card that does not do much in this matchup at all.
Yeah, exactly. Their sideboard version options are very limited, and I think it's going to maybe Clarent got brought in.
Clarent could have. I mean, Clarent is a defensive piece that can actually. That's an interesting call.
It is just another. It's just another weapon that he can play. This.
Oh, that's right. It only works against effect damage.
I'm totally very aware.
I haven't seen it played in so long. I forgot that.
It is. Both players are opting to play it. All right, like I'm not missing it. It is just another sword though that they have access to.
I just wanted to make sure that
considering what could have came in and what could have came out, I think that's probably the last piece for both of them. If he chooses to skip his materialized phase, I think we'll definitely know what he has left in there.
I just can't do it with smoke bombs on the stack.
Let's see if Isaac's able to swing the tide back in his favor.
He's thinking very hard about it. Given his card advantage, there's I haven't gotten a good look at his hand, but I do think there's some defensive pieces.
I see a wooden squirrel. I saw a swift recruit. There's
a few plays that can be made, a few allies that can be committed to the board, and an inspiring call to push some damage. So
yeah, while Gaben has kind of gotten a lot of value out of his cards this match, or this game, I mean, Isaac has all the tools to kind of start applying the pressure, and even at level 1, so maybe that choosing to go level 2.
There they are.
Here
Double
we go.
Double Swift Recruit, just building that board up.
The floating memory probably not coming in into any use here, but I think the board state is becoming.
All 3 going. Okay, we're backing up. One at a time, so we can respond appropriately.
Making sure that
Caven does have a smoke bomb in play.
He does have
smoke bombs at that point, so the attack will be lost.
He knows he needs to protect his weapon split right now. It's a value generating piece for him. Isaac just passes, just maintaining his card advantage right now.
Caven must be thinking, as long as this game goes, if I have the swords, I have a guaranteed 1 attack per turn. If we grind out all our allies, we just keep killing each other's allies, I can still push 1 damage a turn.
Yeah.
With my champion. And
I think I got a little flash of Caven's. What's left in Caven's material deck? I saw the. I think I saw the Eye of Argus still in there. Am I wrong? I think there is.
No, I think there still should be one of them at the Eye of Argus.
Okay, yeah, and then maybe he thought.
Oh wow, we have a Phalanx Captain. Now that's going to change some thresholds. That's strong.
That was a fresh draw. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure that was too.
1.
Combining all that damage there, and we're pushing into face again. For 3 with the Wind Rider Vanguard.
Well, now Isaac has an opportunity here just to get the. Oh, The Lorraine. I was just forgetting that he
Oh
still had
yes,
that.
the Lorraine is still there.
Okay.
Absolutely, the Lorraine
Yeah.
is there. Yes, and the Lorraine is going to give him enough damage to get rid of the Phalanx Captain now too. But no, we used the smoke bombs. We used the smoke bombs in the previous turn. So
so now
yeah, the Phalanx Captain is unfortunately available to take out. Caven has nothing in hand, right? I believe so.
not only has it been a long day for them, it's been a long day for us.
It's been a long day for everyone. A long weekend.
For everyone,
yeah.
right? For everyone, right?
Yeah, 12 rounds of grinding for me with every game mattering. It was
that would have been the spicy tech. He just didn't play the Lorraine level 2 and he's just rocking a Claren instead just to have the extra sword.
I think I like the choice of keeping the Lorraine 2 in here personally.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
I'd agree. Is it something that I completely missed right now? But this time Isaac had the full value of using his Lorraine's effect and getting the Phalanx Captain off the board and getting a card draw off of it.
Oh, I see an Ascent Protector in there. That could turn things right around again.
But I think the squirrel is going to get played now.
Yep. Well, you have to play the squirrel. Yeah, get the squirrel down, and then we're going to Inspiring Call and just bash in, clear the board. Goes in with the squirrel, able to retaliate and take it out. Of course, decides to. But
I don't think Isaac's too sad about losing the squirrel here. That weaponsmith that was providing a lot of value for Caven is now off the field, and
that's a Banner Knight too, right? So that pushed our damage up quite a bit as well. The squirrel, normally Ascent Protector's best friend, but in this case, again, Ascent Protector on the Dream Fairy might make the difference depending on what Caven ends up playing. I don't even remember at this point what that Dream Fairy is locking down, though. Do you?
It's the Gildus.
It is the Gildus still? Okay, okay.
I remember.
Actually, you know what? You said that earlier. That's
Caven
again,
has
long weekend.
That nice, signed Gildus there, and it's
yes.
one of my favorite artworks.
So we haven't gotten to see that in a while. Another killer rip from Caven, getting this Dream Fairy to bounce the Dream Fairy. Kraken for damage.
Getting it in. And actually, Isaac has no way to deal with stealth anymore, I believe. I mean,
I think he's out.
His material deck is completely out.
He's out.
Caven still has 2 cards. They didn't even opt to materialize anything this turn. Maybe that's signifying what is left.
As the game has gone late and Caven got the Dream Fairy, the second Dream Fairy of the 2 to lock down Isaac's Dream Fairy.
He's on a clock. He's
on a clock now.
That Dream Fairy is going to be swinging for 1 damage every turn, and there is nothing that...
And there's nothing he can do about it because his Dream Fairy is now gone and his Sword of Seeking is gone and his Eye of Argus is gone.
I think Isaac is definitely going to have to be forced to play the Ace Protector here. Essentially, I think he just would... Maybe they start racing each other. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what choices are going to be made.
He's pushing damage. I mean, you can't target the Dream Fairy, so... Lurking Assailant could retaliate against a Dream Fairy. We have a judge providing some wonderful
insight here.
insight here. When I'm failing to come up with the correct answers, this is clearly
getting the use out of the squirrel.
Squirrel
coming back to
another
hand.
squirrel. Yeah,
I did get a little flash of that. He did draw another squirrel when he used the Inspiring Call earlier. Kind of just got a glimpse of the tail.
Saw a little bushy tail there behind a tree, and you knew it was coming.
I knew he'd be able to activate it this turn. So this the Ascent Protector buying some time for Isaac. Let's see what Caven chooses some materials. If he does choose anything. I have Argus still in the material deck. Yeah, I think he's just going to choose to skip it. Yeah. Okay. I think I saw a Banner Knight being drawn from Caven.
I didn't quite catch it. I'm trying to move my head to see, but it turns out that doesn't work with a flat screen. I can't make the 3D change.
Oh, the other Dream Fairy.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay.
What a rip for Caven here.
Caven is drawing like an absolute god right now. Exactly what he needs to get out of this.
And this, essentially, Isaac just has squirrels to do things with right now. What a rip! Oh my god,
that was incredible. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just.
I thought he drew a Banner Knight, but it turns out he drew something a little better, considering how fast that play came down.
Yeah. It's been remarkable, actually. Dream Fairy has gained so much value in the FTC metagame now too. What a champion card!
Activate. That's a displace.
A displace to displace the Dream Fairy.
Yeah. I think getting the one that
okay.
Yeah. And Dream Fairy, the Dream Fairy.
To change what the Dream Fairy was targeting. Whoa, that was a spicy play.
This is the spiciest play.
Yeah, so one of those Dream Fairies,
Dream
Fairies was locking down Dream Fairies from Isaac, but the Displace resets it, and then he can go ahead and play his own Dream Fairy now to get rid of the other Dream Fairy.
Yeah, but no, as awesome as it is, but the Caven's still holding the advantage here. He has his Sword of Seeking with 2 counters on it still.
Yes.
And the Eye of Argus hitting his material deck. I think.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Just getting some. Sorry, brief distraction, but we're all good. But what a spicy game.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite plays I've seen this weekend. That was incredible.
Yeah.
These two are on just. This feels like the grindiest grind I've seen.
Yeah, and like I said, I live for this. This is the stuff that I love to see.
Poison Coating Oil, Dream Fairy.
It's not the kind where neither of them are doing anything. You know, it's like every turn is like constant action, back and forth, finding new ways. There's that Eye of Argus. Eye of Argus is finally out here, which.
Yeah, Caben has all his true side options available to him still. I think.
Poison Coating Oil to give extra damage to the Dream Fairy. Eye of Argus to allow the Dream Fairy to swing in on the other Dream Fairy.
Man,
and Isaac out of cards to respond with.
This is some
absolutely
very pummeling action going on right now. These Dream Fairies are the most armed to the teeth I've seen.
Yeah, they're vicious. Yeah. These are Nightmare Fairies now. Yeah. They're not Dream Fairies anymore.
Very fun to see. I mean, Dream Fairy has been a card that's been heavily discussed since like our fruition of. The fruition of Grand Archive and
well, it started as for people unaware. There was some internal playtesting happening and some external playtesting happening before the Kickstarter and during the Kickstarter.
Yeah,
the Dream Fairy
Prince
began.
And Play days, the Prince and Play era, as many players referred to for.
Dream Fairy was a menace back then. It had quite a bit of a stronger effect and an extra toughness, I believe, too, an extra health.
Nice.
Honestly, part of my fault, to be honest.
You liked this kind of gameplay so much, you thought, you know what, let's make sure it sticks on board.
It was one of my favorite pieces. The win Lorraine strategy was one of my favorites to play personally between the devs, and we had many games kind of like this, that grindy matchup and feeling, and a lot of great memories from me personally. Reminiscing a little bit here.
Sure, yeah. Well, that's fine. I think you're allowed.
Yeah, we got some woodland action. The woodland squirrels coming down,
and they're getting anthemed or attuned.
Attuned, yes, the attune coming down. But Isaac he's gonna try to push as much damage as he can. But that Dream Fairy he's on a clock. He knows. There's another Dream Fairy in Caven's hand. This is
6 damage left to take out Isaac, but 12 that Isaac has to get through to take Caven out of this game. So the question is if Isaac's able to, get this board to stick long enough to be able to push through, and Dream Fairy plus the Sword of Seeking. Now, Caben had a lot of attacks up from those weaponsmiths.
So he brought the.
Honestly,
okay, so I guess he is playing that's the Crimson Protective.
We have the Crimson Protective Trinket came in from the board to be able to deal with. Wow! Oh, that is a huge swing in card tempo now too. Yeah. What's fascinating to me is how long that card was sandbagged in this game.
Yeah,
that could have been played.
Come out. Yeah, they know where this is going.
Like 10 turns ago, that could have been a good play, but at this point, that was a back-breaking play, and it looks like the scoop.
Yeah. One thing you are right, yeah. That Crimson Protective just makes sense to bring in. I kind of missed that, and I thought it was they had brought the other one instead.
I wasn't doing my math on material deck, and I was just here trusting you on the numbers.
Yeah, sometimes you can't do that.
Like with Dream Fairy's health, you can't do that either.
Yeah. I remember the 1-3 days. That was.
Neither one of us has
to. Me too.
I'm not just saying that. I'm really glad we're
I'm
going.
sure as many people are now learning just how much point of
it's
stats
good to do it.
can be.
It's huge. Yeah, especially you see, a lot of the players playing this weekend saw the metagame of many, some very powerful aggressive wind decks and some very powerful aggressive fire decks. Players just again trying to come up with those thresholds, control the board, and one point that favorable wins. You always have to play around that favorable wins if you can, because in my experience they always have it.
Like I said, Caben almost lost a lot of that advantage he had going into that Lorraine level 2 turn with not respecting the 3 cards in hand that Isaac had.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
But they're smiling. They're talking about it. two guys knowing that they're playing on the same team, but they're fighting for that first place. Like I know they both want it, so
it's wonderful that this game is going to Game 3. I think too.
Like
I think
so excited
for these two players too. Again, just being on the same team, wanting to just have, I think, a good match with some fun prizes on the line for to win here. I think that's not the match you want to go out to the 2-0 shutout. If you're a player who appreciates these kind of like the top end of competition in card games.
Just as I guess, selfishly as a guy who created.
Yeah,
this,
I literally thought about doing
one
that.
of the
Yeah, I literally thought about doing that, bro.
Just a treat for me to be able to see so much gameplay
like,
happening right now, and it's
shuffle up our main decks a little bit.
It's so rewarding, and it makes me very happy on the inside.
Yeah, we like. I think a lot of players this weekend were appreciating that. I saw players were going pretty deep into the event. Just enjoying. I think playing out the event, even when they lost a few rounds, didn't feel like they could maybe make it in. I think the event seemed like it stayed pretty full for quite a while.
We had a couple crises, but we got through them, and overall, I hope everybody's happy with the event, and this is, for me personally, this is a dream come true seeing everybody here playing our game. Over 200 players in the main event.
Yep. There's I think about a 64 over 64 player side event today.
Oh yeah.
That was incredible too. Just a lot of people interested.
64. I think we almost reached that number. Had a little bit of mix up of trying to set everything up, a little bit of chaos going on, but we got through
an hour long for 2 games.
Shuffling up. Let's see what the choices are for going into game 3. What the decision is going to be made.
So I'm going to assume Isaac's choosing to go second.
Until that last moment.
Given that seems like the advantageous play.
I was a little bit favored once I did the double Dream Fairy thing, but I think it was still possible for you to top.
I mean, maybe throw your opponent off.
He won game 1.
And I didn't draw I could keep.
Why not? It works.
Yeah.
And
a little bit of chatting going on. And
no. It looked like they were faking us out. He was grabbing the top card of the material deck.
I was like, oh, look, see, he's going for the final route.
I would really appreciate just that kind of confidence. You know what? It worked for me the first time. I'm just going to roll it out there.
The Squirrel coming down, getting a little fist pump in Caven.
Yeah.
Looks like actually a really solid opening hand from Caven. This looks very good for him. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that early Ace and Protector. I can tell you from experience, the earlier that Ace and Protector drops, the more annoyed I am trying to get through that board.
Ace and Protector, one of the cards that trolled a lot of players early, and as the print to play and everything kind of came out. Playing it on its own and then coming back to your hand.
Yes. Well, I don't have to do that, right?
Yeah.
No, you do.
No, you do. Yeah. Interaction that players have now definitely learned, but let's see. The opening hand. I see the key piece of this matchup here, the Dream Fairy, and or is that it's a Dream Fairy and a Gildas. I think I saw.
I wonder what would you say was the key card in the second game? I mean, do you think that was that Dream Fairy that really turned?
I think
turned the game.
For the most part, if I recall everything correctly, Caven had the advantage for the most part, and choosing to go level 2 with while Isaac had 3 cards in hand is definitely a sign of confidence.
Yeah.
To try and go for that attack and close out the game a little bit faster. I think it almost costed him the game, but. Insane rips. The Dream Fairies back to back,
just incredible.
Yeah,
and it's remarkable too that midway through that game, Caven was down to 2 cards in hand. As we remarked, very few options, but came right out of it. Stole Isaac's cards, got Isaac down too low where he couldn't come back, and now we're seeing Isaac taking the lead with a Dream Fairy on the Ace and Protector.
A little bit of thinking because I saw Caven's shiny Gildas in hand, and he's probably was debating if he wants to use that ring or not to. Change the amount of cards he has at influence to make sure that balance is active. But
I wonder how much baiting
Dream
Caven and Isaac are thinking of here too.
Yeah.
If you're holding back a Dream Fairy, you can play the Protector or the Gildas and try and get the opponent to play their Dream Fairy to knock it out, and then just take their Dream Fairy out. There's certainly a lot of ability to bait out particular plays in here, but then of course, as we saw, cards like Displace will completely change how any of that works.
Yeah, and I think it's also a key piece of some of the most important openers, right? So taking a look at the overall matchup, the opener is hoping that you get the Ace of Protector being able to provide a lot of value for each player. We knew that.
It's actually the worst. It's actually the worst.
Yeah, we knew that Caven had that. I think I did see that.
Yeah.
Also opening with it, right? He squirreled into Ascent Protector. And,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. This deck too. This deck list impresses me because it feels like it has very few truly like, you know, disappointing or clunky openings. It has a lot of ways to even. It has a range, but it has the ability to play a lot of just units to the board and eventually get out something. A lot of things that are just strong
like
and can kind of maintain board presence for a while. Not as volatile as other decks.
Early, actually a fairly early level 1 compared to what happened last game.
That was an early level 1. Yeah.
And then actually probably allowing
Favorable Winds and Deflecting Edge in Isaac's hand.
Yep.
And there's the Gildas. Yeah,
early,
this is the classic.
what I was about to say, the early level 1 would allow for Gildas to come online here and start putting in the work and clearing the Ascent Protector was the most important bit.
Yep, that's fair. So 3 in hand.
I think what it's going to come down to game 3 is who can manage their answers, their answers to True Sight the best, or to answer to Stealth the best. I mean, Caven definitely had the advantage, even using his Eye of Argus to the very, very last moment to deal with that displaced Dream Fairy action.
That was an amazing, some very impressive, again, like sandbagging of options, holding back the options until the ideal moment from the material deck, rather than running them out when it, you know, just when there was something to gain early, but not like the game to gain late, right?
Yeah.
And I think another thing that I think is so fun to watch in these decks, and something that puts me off of playing them because my math is so bad on this all the time, but the Gildas math, like, you know, going to Lorraine just to set up the 7 cards in hand to get the Gildas down and swing, that's a huge thing you have to weigh when you're deciding what you're doing in the material phase.
Yeah, the Gildas math is always something that the devs joke about internally. It's we struggle with it too, so don't think it's that easy. Wind Resonance Kabobble coming out, I think it's just it's a very simple option. It's just it's Grand Crusader's Ring essentially in this matchup.
That makes me feel a little bit better.
Coming in favor for both of them. Yep, popping in now, just getting an extra draw.
Caven's gone through both his card draw options.
1, 2, 3.
Both of these players too, I think, just masters of that Gildas math, able to very quickly figure out how to get their hands to the right levels.
Yeah, choosing to get that level 1. I mean, off the, you know, to enable the Gildas for Isaac opting to do that. But I don't remember if he took the gamble or not. If all his cards were in memory and he just chose to do that, that was one thing I hadn't considered if he hadn't kept that in his hand. So Woodland Squirrel's coming down.
Woodland Squirrel's hitting Gildas, meaning a protector is likely to follow. You typically don't just put your Woodland Squirrels down.
Yep, I think I do see one.
Yeah,
right behind that. Yep, there it is. That big old shield.
The strength of Gildas is that she asks you to hold those cards back in hand, and what this deck holds is often ways to protect her. So, but again, Caven's got to force them out. Are they there?
Yep.
Declaring the
yep. Resolves just fine. No shenanigans this time. And 3 coming at the Gildas. Does the Gildas live? We are about to find out.
You displace that, I can just do it all over.
And again, like, is it worth it to use this at this stage of the game? You know, if we protect that Gildas, is something else going to come down to finish it? At least the Squirrel can come down and do 1 more damage, meaning 2 favorable wins, which aren't possible, wouldn't save him. The Deflecting Edge is probably the thing that he has to use, and then he does not have the Deflecting Edge.
I got a glimpse of Isaac's hand, and I'm pretty good at oh, yeah, I know he has the Deflecting Edge.
Yep, but chooses to let the Gildas go.
Yeah.
It's not worth it in this case. And looking at the number of cards that were in Caven's hand, it's quite likely that I bet he would have found a way to get punched through that even if it was used. Yeah. Again, it's that posturing thing. It's like trying to show, you know, are you going to believe me that this is all the damage I've got and that'll save your Gildas?
Got a little bit against the glimpse of Caven's hands more for a clearer picture. He has 2 Woodland Squirrels that he has access to. Plop down the Weaponsmith. I think he's holding up some defensive options right now. I didn't get quite a clear of a look.
I think we've seen something.
Yeah. I think it's likely that Isaac is grabbing the Wind Resonance Bubble. I think he's wanting to catch up on resources, but we'll see. He's definitely having a difficult decision. I think, in my opinion, I'd go for the Wind Resonance Bubble. Yeah.
Right. Wonderful opinion. shared by our excellent player Isaac as well. Wind Resonance Bauble, but again, deciding when to use it, because ripping a Gildas there might have changed his math quite a bit.
Yeah, he has 2 Inspiring Calls in hand.
Does he have a Gildas? Is that a Gildas? Next to the favorable winds?
No, I believe that's a Dream Fairy.
Oh, okay. If that's a Dream Fairy, that's quite a powerful play too.
And yeah, that is a Dream Fairy. I
Yeah,
believe.
Dream
Either
Fairy.
that or it's the displays.
Are we going to push the Dream Fairy down again? Boy, I'm not sure I want to do the math that he's doing here. This is put the Dream Fairy down, but then the Eye of Argus comes out.
Running off the Ascent Protector for a little bit, but both players still.
It's just biding time.
Yeah, they both still have full access to their stealth answers.
1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage.
Yeah, not letting. Oh, here he comes, the favorable winds. Yeah.
And the winds. Yep.
But I think he should have a way to break
right?
through this.
Counters
He has
on
that
board?
swift
Yep,
command
I
still.
just did.
Oh wait, no,
one
he
hand.
used his.
No, his hand's out. That's
Right.
where winds is
right.
the strongest.
Almost got debated there. He held his memory in hand for a second.
Now, I think it's interesting too to choose it to use the favorable winds to save the weaponsmith, but the weaponsmith, not
Totally.
like saving an Ascent Protector.
Yeah, totally fine though. I think because Kaven is still at his level, just his Spirit of Wind right now, and he's probably going to use his
Getting that floating memory.
Yeah.
Right, to get to the level 1, which gives you the sort of seeking option.
We're going for the Eye of Argus here. I think the Eye of Argus is also a very solid option because maybe he just wants to at the end. It's still
lot of
cycles.
lines here.
The Eye of Argus is a solid option. He may just opt to do that.
I think it's tempting. I think it's very tempting to go to the Lorraine with the weaponsmith in play.
Yep, he's putting that on top, eyeing it, and I think he might grab the Eye of Argus instead of the level 1 Lorraine here. But
It's a debate.
It is.
It's a debate. Looking back at it, can't quite decide. The weaponsmith swords, as much as we were sort of joking early on, they were every single durability counter on those was used. Oh, it's interesting. We're going for an early game.
Did you really? That's funny.
Coming down, being used, and
it's 1 wind and 1 non-wind,
yeah.
so not as much value as the last time.
I think
just hitting a Swift Recruit,
Yeah.
unfortunate. Not I think the greatest hit.
I kind of get where Kaven's coming from. He's choosing the highest value, but also highest risk, I think, option. And in that case, if he actually was able to succeed to get 2 cards ripped, then Attune with the Winds.
Oh,
that's
just
a card
going for the board and the Attune.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is a card that I didn't get to notice. That was in Kaven's hand, and coming down very quickly.
Gigantic board. Kaven's just decided to.
He's turned on the pressure.
Yeah.
Now
Kaven came to fight now.
Yeah, I take back what I said. I think this was the lowest risk play. That Crimson Protective Trinket is actually going to cause
So the idea here is just like depleting Isaac's ability to kind of respond to putting down the massive board.
Right.
If he hits 2 cards off, I mean, there's still a risk, which obviously he didn't. He only hit 1 card, but if he hits 2 cards out there, Isaac's down quite a few cards in his options, and simply, in Grand Archive, reducing your ability to play more things to the board and pushing so much onto the board means that Kaven can kind of just choose violence now.
Yeah, the Woodland Squirrels coming down and being
there's not a lot of allies in Isaac's hand either.
Right.
A Displace drawn, just a Banner Knight? Is that all that I see for allies?
I think the Displace and nothing but spells for.
Oh no.
Yeah, nothing but action cards.
What can you do but put down a Banner Knight? And
he knows that his options are limited right now. This is definitely not what Isaac wanted to see.
Yeah.
The army of small woodland creatures coming in here and working in Kaven's favor.
There is a Displace there. And that
that
Displace can deal with like a Banner Knight on a subsequent swing.
Yeah.
That can reduce the amount of damage drastically. But
the Banner Knight.
No, he put the Displace
down. The Banner
Knight's
not actually applying too much pressure because he doesn't have.
He's
access
not level.
To
He's not. That's
he doesn't
right.
have
He's not
access
the level
to
yet.
the class bonus.
Not the level yet. I get too excited about numbers. I love when numbers go up, so I just start applying them.
Actually, losing that 1 card is actually very, very rough for Isaac right now. Because I think he actually lost an ally, from what I remember. He
lost the Swift Recruit. Initially I thought that maybe wasn't a big deal because it's not an impactful ally all the time, but in this case, just anybody on the board was needed.
Yep, the Inspiring Call being used to kind of answer the Woodland Squirrels applying the pressure, but those allies were had already gotten Kaven so much value this game already, right? From the opener to the big swing, I think don't scoff at those buff counters. They are making this board like
There are
very...
two 2-4s. Two 2-4s left.
Oh yeah, this. And 4 is a scary number in our game. I'm sure you know now, right?
It sure is.
Yeah.
It sure is. I had a game where I had to fight through 3 Ascent protectors.
Oh.
On turn like 3 or something. There were just too many of them. I dealt with one, and then 2 more came out. I don't even know. They're coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, they are. Those shields are definitely big.
There's the Tariff Ring to protect the board.
I think a lurking is sound like being drawn, but Caven going very quick
5
here.
cards. The raw Phalanx Captain on the Spirit, no class bonus, so paying the full cost and pushing through for damage. Only Dream Fairy left, and Dream Fairy too small on her own to deal with any of these things.
Yep, and I think Caven's getting the signals that Isaac does not have a lot here. He is desperate for answers right now and holding a lot of cards that need additional support to kind of answer the board that Caven has built. And it really goes to show that going first or second, it is important for this matchup, but it is you can definitely get,
you have the variance of card games, right, that you get to rely on. Like the reason we love card games is because, in a way, anything can happen in a lot of these games.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the one thing that we, as a dev and speaking for our design philosophy, that we want games to be interactive, and right now we are seeing that, very, very fitting for the.
Oh my goodness! You couldn't call this matchup anything but interactive.
Yeah.
This matchup is I think some of the most interaction I've seen the entire weekend, and I had a lot of very, very intense games.
And
Tariff Ring back from Isaac here too. Of course, he has to stem this attack tide somehow, but Caven is holding enough cards to fully attack with all 3 units if he wanted to.
Double Banner Knight in Isaac's hand. I think. Actually, what would swing the favor back in Isaac's turn is an Ascent Protector in the corner. That would probably be the ideal draw for Isaac here. I think would get him out of the sticky situation, enabling his Dream Fairy to kind of pop another card on the field essentially, and catch back up in tempo. This is currently the only out that I kind of can think of for Isaac here. But
pays the 2 to do 1 damage with the Dream Fairy on Caven.
Yeah, gotta be proactive and maybe thinking about going to level 2, because that does enable him to go to level 2 next turn. Now that he has 2 cards in hand, without necessarily playing some of the other actions in his.
There's that poison coating oil again.
Yeah.
With nothing with stealth in play, does that mean there's a Dream Fairy, or are we once again just
I think
preparing for one?
I think I saw one briefly in Caven's hand. Yeah, right there, right behind that Inspiring Call. He's choosing. He has the tendency to put the cards that he wants to play on that right side. So,
well, that's helpful for me. Good to know.
Oh, here it comes.
Just putting them down. 2 down. 2 down to swing. It's 2 down to swing through the Tariff Ring, which got popped.
Oh, right. I completely missed that.
Yep.
Yeah. Makes total sense. I think. Now.
Just push the damage. You have the advantage. The opponent is not putting any pressure back on you.
Maybe a bit of that mind game. That's why he got that poisoned coating oil, signaling to Isaac that I do have this Dream Fairy, and whatever you play, I have the answer to it.
I think that's
going to get hit for 3.
Such a great play to see, and an example of how you can eke out advantage without having all the cards. It's something to. It's something that comes up in a lot of matchups, especially late game when you're playing things like Veiling Breeze, Spell Shield, Arcane, just like keeping cards back. You're playing Rai, you keep 3 cards back. You don't have to have that Spell Shield. You can stop them from playing something.
But it would be a little bit funny here if you got that Eye of Argus. Like, I have the answer to your dream.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But I think he's going to choose to go to level 2. He still has that sort of seeking on the field, but I don't think he wants to use it to clear some of the Phalanx Captain, I think. Or can he? Yeah, he can. He can clear it. They're got a bunch of 4s on board, but I think he'll be.
I feel like Trinket's
he's looking at the Trinket. He's looking at the Trinket right now. Thinking about Trinketing right back.
Yeah, take your time.
I don't remember. I know Gildas is one of the cards that came and put down. I don't know the other one.
If he loses 2 cards, he loses a lot of his Gildas math anyway. But if Gildas is there, Gildas does not get hit. The players probably have to, especially. Boy, now I'm thinking about this. If both players know that they're putting in that Crimson Protective Trinket, they're going to be really thinking about the cards they put into memory the entire game.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think he knows his opponent is pretty good and probably wouldn't be putting 2 win cards there, just going down 2 cards. But I think.
But if you see your opponent wait until the late game to use the trinket the previous game, you might be willing to put them down earlier because the opponent's going to be thinking that you're not putting win cards down. Oh man, that's just the mind games are so deep in this.
Isaac grabbed the ornamental greatsword here, giving that +1 attack bonus to the Dream Fairy. See what he does with it. I don't. The options are a little
There's
bit
no
limited.
terror. You're good. You're good.
Those buff counters. Those buff counters are just causing issues.
Yeah, the speed of that play was.
We knew no thinking. Just
no thinking. He was ready. He knew the.
We actually practiced.
He knew the line.
Too,
yep.
And it actually came up.
Look at all this interaction. All this interaction. We do have just a couple of Banner Knights, I think. Or?
So he has two. He has 2 Banner Knights in hand and a Tomb with the Winds. Not going to be able to pull off the same play because he has to commit quite more cards than just popping down 2 Wooden Squirrels. But I think a little bit of debate on like what's the right option. Yeah, using that ornamental greatsword.
Okay.
Probably just trying to clear anything that he can right now, but.
It's going to come down to whether or not he can get rid of that Failings Captain.
Did he just pass, or what is? Yeah, I think
it looks like Caven's in Materialize.
So he used the sword just to deal 1 damage to. Now that I realize what happened, Caven did take the 1 damage. Just dealing 1 damage, getting the.
I'm literally thinking, do you have
well, as long as Caven sits, as long as Caven's feeling no pressure, he can sit on that Wind Spirit the entire game. At some point, Isaac needs to put some pressure on him to force him to not materialize the perfect card every time or something.
The hand is definitely very limited for Isaac right now. There's not much that he can do with all those actions in hand. That's definitely not what he wants to see.
Yeah. If he puts the Banner Knight down, he can't even take anything out and it just ends up dying to something next turn.
The Sword of Seeking without even Lorraine level 1 bringing it in, it's just
just the raw sword.
Just the raw sword.
The raw sword of
enabling
Seeking
him
and
to
the inspiring call. Getting the swing off. I
think this is game.
This is pushing for game. Absolutely. That's it.
All right, Isaac forced
but
answer.
Isaac has answers. Isaac has answers to play.
I think he does have answers, and let's see if it buys him enough time.
Counting, doing our math.
I think the inevitable doom is here, though.
Swing for 2.
All right, Failings Captain coming in.
Without going for Inspiring Call. Oh no, after
I'm
Inspiring.
Go ahead and
no, we haven't swung.
Oh,
Isaac
has the displace. That's actually a pretty big piece of interaction right now.
That is a big piece of interaction to consider. That Dream Fairy will stem the tide for sure.
Yes, yeah. These ones for her buff. Okay, see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is not buffed. It's just these
they're mathing it out right now, breaking out the dice, making sure they're on top of like all the stat bonuses and all the potential damage, game-ending damage coming in right now.
4. Yep. So this is.
I see. I missed that. The Inspiring Call was played in Recollection.
To buff. Okay.
Then. Yeah. So the Inspiring Call was in Recollection. So I mean, obviously, something this weekend has been like. I think a lot of players really getting keen on the idea of Recollection is where you can get a lot of action economy on your turn by playing fast speed spells there.
Yeah. One of the neat tricks that the more you play GA, you kind of pick up.
Yes.
And displacing the Dream Fairy, this is what I thought he would do. Displacing the Dream Fairy to kind of shift the board around a little bit and getting more value out of that Dream Fairy. But I think he was holding that on for something a little less force.
Yeah, it definitely was forced out of him here, which is good. That's what Caven needs to do to take the game right now.
A good amount, yeah.
Just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, with a full hand, Caven is in complete control here. Even though we got some neat tricks coming out of Isaac, I think
the tricks. I don't know if the tricks will be enough.
The tricks might not be enough.
There's the deflecting edge.
The free deflecting edge for since he still has that Sword of Seeking out, I think.
But it still has to take a damage because of how big everything is.
I get it though. You got to do everything, cling on to all the life that you can, and just hope for the best. But
there's where that resolute stand would have been what he wanted instead of the deflecting edge. Right there, that scenario.
Caven has the full advantage here. I think just deciding how he wants to end it out.
He's got the ability to certainly commit more to the board. The Dream Fairy blinks, so Gildas is available as his math. The Gildas math is not there, though.
It is not there.
Not there on the Gildas math.
In this situation, I don't think it matters too much.
He needs 4 more damage to clear the bar, and Isaac is now at the point where he's taking so much damage that
Lurking Assailant coming down.
he will have to level to survive the next turn.
Yep.
If he does, if he makes it that far. Nope, that's it, and Caven gets it.
There we go.
Caven takes
Caven
it.
takes
Also,
the final round.
I know.
The first ever.
Caven is the first ever Ascent champion.
Grand champion.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Wow. Congratulations to both players, though. A well-fought match. Absolutely incredible to watch the amount of skill going into these decisions, the mind games that play each time. Every single turn was full of, like, we had those games where just every turn the board wiped on one side and the board filled on the other. Oh, man. And here we go.
The man, the myth, legend, Grey Wolf himself.
Silidar presenting the trophy.
And rare members of it's been a fantastic weekend. While we have the stream, I want to shout out all of our staff, everyone who's been able to help us out. Our friends at Yeti Gaming helping us do the TO. We had a bit of disaster, but we were able to bounce back, and looks like the trophy is happening.
There it is.
Wow.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was an event. You know, a lot of events have things that occur in the middle, out of your control. But we had, I think speaking from the player perspective, players very understanding. A lot of applause after getting fixes put in place. There is our number one.
The prize card being shown
prize
off.
card, beautiful, wonderful.
This is so surreal to me. This is crazy.
I just think it was amazing to be here watching this happen. What a wonderful game, actually. What a wonderful game just to end the tournament on, too.
Yeah, very poetic. Win Lorraine being a long favorite of mine, and it's awesome. This is great.
And you know, I would say from the player's perspective too, a lot of players remarking on the pure power of fire being shown here, but 2 amazing Metacall win decks making it all the way to finals. 2 team members who have been playing together for so long, getting to battle it out, and in a way where, you know, really both of these team members are walking away champions, because what happened, True Champion Gaming takes the top 2 spots in the first Grand Archive Ascent with an incredible Metacall with what an element that I think a lot of players wouldn't have pegged as the one that would win the tournament, I think, too.
And it's truly, you know, hard-fought game, well played from both players. I mean, they must be... Oh, we're concluded? Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, I think that's a sign for us to go back. So thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the Ascent.
Absolutely, right. I'm excited.
This has been Aldius, or Alan, whatever you like to call me.
And Dan from Main Deck.
All right, thank you guys very much, and hope to see you again.
Didn't know how to end that.
Let's go join the celebration. Yeah.